I'm Aubrey.
And we represent the Berry Orff Ensemble. Are you sleeping? Are you sleeping? Brother John, Brother John. Morning bells are ringing, morning bells are ringing. Ding dong ding, ding dong ding.
It's a huge honor. There's only about 100 students accepted in the entire state. So the fact that our school is not only represented, but we have 4 students representing our school is a very big honor. They spent about 4 months working on the audition music and then had to submit an audition video in which music teachers from around the state watched their video and then graded them based upon a rubric. So they have done the video and they have passed and they have made it into the ensemble, which is a really big deal.
I love music a lot and I worked really hard for it, and I love to be performing with all of these amazing people to be just putting together a great concert for everyone.
I've never been to Tampa before, so it's going to be an experience.
I never thought that I would be having this experience to go into Tampa and perform in front of thousands of people, or 1,000 people, and it's kind of shocking.
Ever since I've been with Ms. Coatney, she has been a lot of help, and I've experienced that I love music, and it's just an amazing opportunity. I don't have any words for it. It's just amazing.
I was a 1993 graduate of Deltona High School, and I am now president and CEO of Deltona Middle. Being a president or CEO of a small company, I do whatever is called upon. I do most of the organization, I do contracts, I do AutoCAD drawings, I do scheduling, HR, the technology, you name it, it falls on my shoulders a lot of the times. Because I've been out of high school for 25 years, it's hard for me to remember all my teachers individually, but one that always stands out is Miss Kelly Amy, and she was my journalism teacher my senior year of high school at Deltona High. One of the most influential classes I took throughout my high school career was journalism, and in that I was actually in a leadership position right from the beginning. My freshman year of high school, I was a news editor. I became a co-editor-in-chief by my junior year, and then an editor-in-chief my senior year. So those are the classes that really helped to shape what I do today. Although I'm not in a journalism capacity, being an editor, you are in charge of a lot of people. You have to be very organized. You have deadlines you have to make. And so that is one of the things that journalism assisted me with. And I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed being around a lot of people, working around a lot of people. Being in the IB program and gifted program, I'm a very high stress person, but I like it. So I like a lot of things going on. I like a lot of responsibility. I have 3 children that are in school. So I volunteer quite a bit with the different schools. Plus, as a business, we donate a lot of materials. My middle daughter's in the STEM Academy at Deltona Middle School, and they've been talking with my husband about robotic welding, so we assist with giving them information. I've participated in the career days for some of the local elementary schools. I would recommend anybody in the Volusia County school system, grasp those opportunities that were provided to you. They are there. You know, you can get through school doing the minimal and get through, but take advantage of it. There are a lot of opportunities, a lot of wonderful teachers, a lot of wonderful leaders that will help you and help you become the best that you can be. And you might end up someplace you didn't even imagine when you were in high school. You know, I thought I was going to be in journalism or a writer, and here I am, president of a small company. You never know where you'll go.
Going to our families. Over 2,000 of our families, 10,000 of our students are going to be impacted by this, and we couldn't do it without you. It's a labor of love, and we appreciate everything you've done, Volusia County Schools. We are 100% all in.
I think it's very important to give back to your community. I think it's definitely important to give back to those in need, and the Basket Brigade is a very good opportunity for those in need.
Deltona Battalion, and we are doing in something we like to call Troops Online, which, as you can see, we go all the way up and down Howland, down Wolfpack, and we line all of our cadets all the way up, waving flags in honor of the veterans. We hope to give inspiration to everybody to love our veterans. We recognize the history of veterans, and we do hope that, for example, these guys have been passing out the horns. We'd love to just raise the spirits of everybody on Veterans Day. Hoorah! There we go! How motivated, dedicated are you? All right, dedicated. You check out. You check out. Hoorah! Hoorah! Hoorah!
Let's go, veterans! Let's go, veterans!
I spent my time with underwater demolition SEAL teams in the Navy. I guess most people say I'm a pretty tough guy, but when it comes to seeing the way these young men and women are honoring our veterans, it just brings tears to my eyes. So I'm so encouraged by it all.
It's a great opportunity for our schools and our teachers and students to kind of network with some of the local manufacturers. They get an opportunity to go around and see what our local manufacturing industry produces, what we make here, and it also gives the manufacturers an opportunity to see what our students are doing in the area of STEM education and robotics and so forth.
Pine Ridge students in the Manufacturing Academy will produce state motto plaques for Volusia County School District buildings. These plaques will be created with a laser engraver, and the motto can be engraved onto almost any surface. Students creating these plaques will learn design and how to use the engraver. They will also gain hands-on experience that will be expected of them in the real world. The Manufacturing Academy will offer these plaques to all schools within the district.
Volusia Online Learning meets the needs of students who learn productively on their own time, in their own space.
It's really flexible. You know, you can really do it at home, do it at school. It's easier. You can work at your own pace sometimes, and you can really get things done.
They have access to highly qualified teachers who are available to assist them, to talk with them, and to get them motivated to complete their courses.
I chose it because I wanted to graduate early, and that was an easy way for me to do classes that I needed for senior year.
For students who have a lot of responsibilities like jobs and sports and other extracurricular activities, taking an online course will benefit you greatly because of the flexibility.
Morning, buddy. How you doing?
Good. I'm a military brat. My dad retired from the Army. I lived overseas many years. I switched schools. I went to 3 different high schools. I understand diversity. It's a team effort, and I think my skills and my abilities will fit in well at Deltona Lakes Elementary.
Slow down, guys. No. Thank you.
I know there's a need for safety and security, and I thought that based on my background and my experience working with kids, I would be a good fit to fill that role.
Morning, guys.
That's what I try to do every day, is greet everybody, give them the greeting, good morning, good afternoon, whenever it may be that I see them, and just set them up for success for the rest of the day, because what you put out there comes back. So if I put out positive, then I'm going to get positive in return.
Morning, buddy.
I want all the kids that I come across to understand that they do have an opportunity, and they have to take advantage of the opportunity, which is education, and take it on to middle school, high school, and all the way to college. Just stressing the importance of education while keeping an eye on them and making sure that they're in a safe environment.
our school is not only represented, but we have 4 students representing our school. Is a very big honor. They spent about 4 months working on the audition music and then had to submit an audition video in which music teachers from around the state watched their video and then graded them based upon a rubric. So they have done the video and they have passed and they have made it into the ensemble, which is a really big deal.
I love music a lot and I worked really hard for it, and I love to be performing with all of these amazing people to be just putting together a great concert for everyone.
I've never been to Tampa before, so it's going to be an experience.
I never thought that I would be like having this experience to go into Tampa and perform in front of thousands of people, or 1,000 people, and it's kind of shocking.
Ever since I've been with Ms. Coatney, she has been a lot of help, and I've experienced that I love music, and it's just an amazing opportunity. I don't have any words for it. It's just amazing.
President or CEO of a small company, I do whatever is called upon. I do most of the organization, I do contracts, I do AutoCAD drawings, I do scheduling, HR, the technology, you name it, it falls on my shoulders a lot of times. Because I've been out of high school for 25 years, it's hard for me to remember all my teachers individually, but one that always stands out is Miss Kelly Amy, and she was my journalism teacher my senior year of high school at Deltona High. One of the most influential classes I took throughout my high school career was journalism, and in that I was actually in a leadership position right from the beginning. My freshman year of high school, I was a news editor. I became a co-editor-in-chief by my junior year, and then an editor-in-chief my senior year. So those are the classes that really helped to shape what I do today. Although I'm not in a journalism capacity, being an editor, you are in charge of a lot of people. You have to be very organized. You have deadlines you have to make. And so that is one of the things that journalism assisted me with. And I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed being around a lot of people, working around a lot of people. Being in the IB program and gifted program, I'm a very high stress person, but I like it. So I like a lot of things going on. I like a lot of responsibility. I have 3 children that are in school. So I volunteer quite a bit with the different schools. Plus, as a business, we donate a lot of materials. My middle daughter's in the STEM Academy at Deltona Middle School, and they've been talking with my husband about robotic welding, so we assist with giving them information. I've participated in the career days for some of the local elementary schools. I would recommend anybody in the Volusia County school system, grasp those opportunities that were provided to you. They are there. You can get through school doing the minimal and get through, but take advantage of it. There are a lot of opportunities, a lot of wonderful teachers, a lot of wonderful leaders that will help you and help you become the best that you can be. And you might end up someplace you didn't even imagine when you were in high school. I thought I was going to be in journalism or writer, and here I am, president of a small company. You never know where you'll go.
families, over 2,000 of our families, 10,000 of our students are going to be impacted by this, and we couldn't do it without you. It's a labor of love, and we appreciate everything you've done, Volusia County Schools. We are 100% all in.
I think it's very important to give back to your community. I think it's definitely important to give back to those in need, and the Basket Brigade is a very good opportunity for those in need.
As you can see, this is the Deltona Wolves Battalion, and we are doing in something we like to call Troops Online, which, as you can see, we go all the way up and down Howland, down Wolfpack, and we line all of our cadets all the way up, waving flags in honor of the veterans. We hope to give inspiration to everybody to love our veterans. We recognize the history of veterans, and we do hope that, for example, these guys, when they passing out the horns, we'd love to just raise the spirits of everybody on Veterans Day.
Hoorah! There we go! How motivated and dedicated are you? How right and dedicated. You check so, you check so. Hard! Oh! Hard! Hoorah! Hoorah!
Let's go, veterans! Let's go, veterans!
I spent my time with underwater demolition SEAL teams in the Navy. I guess most people say I'm a pretty tough guy, but when it comes to seeing the way these young men and women are honoring our veterans, it just brings tears to my eyes. So I'm so encouraged by it all.
It's a great opportunity for our schools and our teachers and students to kind of network with some of the local manufacturers. They get an opportunity to go around and see what our local manufacturing industry produces, what we make here, and it also gives the manufacturers an opportunity to see what our students are doing in the area of STEM education and robotics and so forth.
Pine Ridge students in the Manufacturing Academy will produce state motto plaques for Volusia County School District buildings. These plaques will be created with a laser engraver, and the motto can be engraved onto almost any surface. Students creating these plaques will learn design and how to use the engraver. They will also gain hands-on experience that will be expected of them in the real world. The Manufacturing Academy will offer these plaques to all schools within the district.
Volusia Online Learning meets the needs of students who learn productively on their own time, in their own space.
It's really flexible. You know, you can really like do it at home, do it at school. It's easier. You can work at your own pace sometimes, and you can really get things done.
They have access to highly qualified teachers who are available to assist them, to talk with them, and to get them motivated to complete their courses.
I chose it because I wanted to graduate early, and that was an easy way for me to do classes that I needed for senior year.
For students who have a lot of responsibilities like jobs and sports and other extracurricular activities, taking an online course will benefit you greatly because of the flexibility.
Morning, buddy. How you doing?
Good.
Right.
I'm a military brat. My dad retired from the Army. I lived overseas many years. I switched schools. I went to 3 different high schools. I understand diversity. It's a team effort, and I think my skills and my abilities will fit in well at Deltona Lakes Elementary.
Slow down, guys. Slow. Thank you.
I know there's a need for safety and security, and I thought that based on my background and my experience working with kids, I would be a good fit to fill that role.
Morning, guys.
That's what I try to do every day, is greet everybody, give them the greeting, good morning, good afternoon, whenever it may be that I see them, and just set them up for success for the rest of the day, because what you put out there comes back. So if I put out positive, then I'm going to get positive in return.
Morning, buddy.
I want all the kids that I come across to understand that they do have an opportunity, and they have to take advantage of the opportunity, which is education, and take it on to middle school, high school, and all the way to college. Just stressing the importance of education while keeping an eye on them and making sure that they're in a safe environment.
we are not only, our school is not only represented, but we have 4 students representing our school is a very big honor. They spent about 4 months working on the audition music and then had to submit an audition video in which music teachers from around the state watched their video and then graded them based upon a rubric. So they have done the video and they have passed and they have made it into the ensemble, which is a really big deal.
I love music a lot and I worked really hard for it, and I love to be performing with all of these amazing people to be just putting together a great concert for everyone.
I've never been to Tampa before, so it's going to be an experience.
I never thought that I would be like having this experience to go into Tampa and perform in front of thousands of people, or 1,000 people, and it's kind of shocking.
Ever since I've been with Ms. Coatney, she has been a lot of help, and I've experienced that I love music, and it's just an amazing opportunity. I don't have any words for it. It's just amazing.
President or CEO of a small company, I do whatever is called upon. I do most of the organization, I do contracts, I do AutoCAD drawings, I do scheduling, HR, the technology, you name it, it falls on my shoulders a lot of the times. Because I've been out of high school for 25 years, it's hard for me to remember all my teachers individually, but one that always stands out is Miss Kelly Amy, and she was my journalism teacher my senior year of high school at Deltona High. One of the most influential classes I took throughout my high school career was journalism, and in that I was actually in a leadership position right from the beginning. My freshman year of high school, I was a news editor. I became a co-editor-in-chief by my junior year, and then an editor-in-chief my senior year. So those are the classes that really helped to shape what I do today. Although I'm not in a journalism capacity, being an editor, you are in charge of a lot of people. You have to be very organized. You have deadlines you have to make. And so that is one of the things that journalism assisted me with. And I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed being around a lot of people, working around a lot of people. Being in the IB program and gifted program, I'm a very high stress person, but I like it. So I like a lot of things going on. I like a lot of responsibility. I have 3 children that are in school. So I volunteer quite a bit with the different schools. Plus, as a business, we donate a lot of materials. My middle daughter's in the STEM Academy at Deltona Middle School, and they've been talking with my husband about robotic welding, so we assist with giving them information. I've participated in the career days for some of the local elementary schools. I would recommend anybody in the Volusia County school system, grasp those opportunities that were provided to you. They are there. You can get through school doing the minimal and get through, but take advantage of it. There are a lot of opportunities, a lot of wonderful teachers, a lot of wonderful leaders that will help you and help you become the best that you can be. And you might end up someplace you didn't even imagine when you were in high school. I thought I was going to be in journalism or writer, and here I am, president of a small company. You never know where you'll go.
going to our families. Over 2,000 of our families, 10,000 of our students are going to be impacted by this, and we couldn't do it without you. It's a labor of love, and we appreciate everything you've done, Volusia County Schools. We are 100% all in.
I think it's very important to give back to your community. I think it's definitely important to give back to those in need, and the Basket Brigade is a very good opportunity for those in need.
As you can see, this is the Deltona Wolves Battalion, and we are doing in something we like to call Troops Online, which, as you can see, we go all the way up and down Howland, down Wolfpack, and we line all of our cadets all the way up, waving flags in honor of the veterans. We hope to give inspiration to everybody to love our veterans. We recognize the history of veterans, and we do hope that, for example, these guys, when they passing out the horns, we love to just raise the spirits of everybody on Veterans Day.
Hoorah! There we go! How motivated and dedicated are you? All right, dedicated. You check so, you check so. Hard! Oh! Hard! Hoorah! Hoorah!
Let's go, veterans! Let's go, veterans!
I spent my time with underwater demolition SEAL teams in the Navy. I guess most people say I'm a pretty tough guy, but when it comes to seeing the way these young men and women are honoring our veterans, it just brings tears to my eyes. So I'm so encouraged by it all.
It's a great opportunity for our schools and our teachers and students to kind of network with some of the local manufacturers. They get an opportunity to go around and see what our local manufacturing industry produces, what we make here, and it also gives the manufacturers an opportunity to see what our students are doing in the area of STEM education and robotics and so forth.
Pine Ridge students in the Manufacturing Academy will produce state motto plaques for Volusia County School District buildings. These plaques will be created with a laser engraver, and the motto can be engraved onto almost any surface. Students creating these plaques will learn design and how to use the engraver. They will also gain hands-on experience that will be expected of them in the real world. The Manufacturing Academy will offer these plaques to all schools within the district.
Volusia Online Learning meets the needs of students who learn productive access to highly qualified teachers who are available to assist them, to talk with them, and to get them motivated to complete their courses.
I chose it because I wanted to graduate early, and that was an easy way for me to do classes that I needed for senior year.
For students who have a lot of responsibilities like jobs and sports and other extracurricular activities, taking an online course will benefit you greatly because of the flexibility.
Morning, buddy. How you doing?
Good.
Right.
I'm a military brat. My dad retired from the Army. I lived overseas many years. I switched schools. I went to 3 different high schools. I understand diversity. It's a team effort, and I think my skills and my abilities will fit in well at Deltona Lakes Elementary.
Slow down, guys. No. Thank you.
I know there's a need for safety and security, and I thought that based on my background and my experience working with kids, I would be a good fit to fill that role.
Morning, guys.
That's what I try to do every day, is greet everybody, give them the greeting, good morning, good afternoon, whenever it may be that I see them, and just set them up for success for the rest of the day, because what you put out there comes back. So if I put out positive, then I'm going to get positive in return.
Morning, buddy.
I want all the kids that I come across to understand that they do have an opportunity, and they have to take advantage of the opportunity, which is education, and take it on to middle school, high school, and all the way to college. Just stressing the importance of education while keeping an eye on them and making sure that they're in a safe environment.
only about 100 students accepted in the entire state. So the fact that our school is not only represented, but we have 4 students representing our school is a very big honor. They spent about 4 months working on the audition music and then had to submit an audition video in which music teachers from around the state watched their video and then graded them based upon a rubric. So they have done the video and they have passed and they have made it into the ensemble, which is a really big deal.
I love music a lot and I worked really hard for it, and I love to be performing with all of these amazing people to be just putting together a great concert for everyone.
I've never been to Tampa before, so it's going to be an experience.
I never thought that I would be like having this experience to go into Tampa and perform in front of thousands of people, or 1,000 people, and it's kind of shocking.
Ever since I've been with Ms. Coatney, she has been a lot of help, and I've experienced that I love music, and it's just an amazing opportunity. I don't have any words for it. It's just amazing.
President or CEO of a small company, I do whatever is called upon. I do most of the organization, I do contracts, I do AutoCAD drawings, I do scheduling, HR, the technology, you name it, it falls on my shoulders a lot of the times. Because I've been out of high school for 25 years, it's hard for me to remember all my teachers individually, but one that always stands out is Miss Kelly Amy, and she was my journalism teacher my senior year of high school at Deltona High. One of the most influential classes I took throughout my high school career was journalism, and in that I was actually in a leadership position right from the beginning. My freshman year of high school, I was a news editor. I became a co-editor-in-chief by my junior year, and then an editor-in-chief my senior year. So those are the classes that really helped to shape what I do today. Although I'm not in a journalism capacity, being an editor, you are in charge of a lot of people. You have to be very organized. You have deadlines you have to make. And so that is one of the things that journalism assisted me with. And I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed being around a lot of people, working around a lot of people. Being in the IB program and gifted program, I'm a very high stress person, but I like it. So I like a lot of things going on. I like a lot of responsibility. I have 3 children that are in school. So I volunteer quite a bit with the different schools. Plus, as a business, we donate a lot of materials. My middle daughter's in the STEM Academy at Deltona Middle School, and they've been talking with my husband about robotic welding, so we assist with giving them information. I've participated in the career days for some of the local elementary schools. I would recommend anybody in the Volusia County school system, grasp those opportunities that were provided to you. They are there. You can get through school doing the minimal and get through, but take advantage of it. There are a lot of opportunities, a lot of wonderful teachers, a lot of wonderful leaders that will help you and help you become the best that you can be. And you might end up someplace you didn't even imagine when you were in high school. I thought I was going to be in journalism or writer, and here I am, president of a small company. You never know where you'll go.
2,000 of our families, 10,000 of our students are going to be impacted by this, and we couldn't do it without you. It's a labor of love, and we appreciate everything you've done, Volusia County Schools. We are 100% all in.
I think it's very important to give back to your community. I think it's definitely important to give back to those in need, and the Basket Brigade is a very good opportunity for those in need.
As you can see, this is the Deltona Wolves Battalion, and we are doing in something we like to call Troops Online, which, as you can see, we go all the way up and down Howland, down Wolfpack, and we line all of our cadets all the way up, waving flags in honor of the veterans. We hope to give inspiration to everybody to love our veterans. We recognize the history of veterans, and we do hope that, for example, these guys, when they passing out the horns, we'd love to just raise the spirits of everybody on Veterans Day.
Hoorah! There we go! How motivated, dedicated are you? All right, dedicated. You check so, you check so. Hard! 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 Hoorah! Hoorah!
Let's go, veterans! Let's go, veterans!
I spent my time with underwater demolition SEAL teams in the Navy. I guess most people say I'm a pretty tough guy, but when it comes to seeing the way these young men and women are honoring our veterans, it just brings tears to my eyes. So I'm so encouraged by it all.
We took a CAT scan and 3D printed bone structure for the doctor.
It's a great opportunity for our schools and our teachers and students to kind of network with some of the local manufacturers. They get an opportunity to go around and see what our local manufacturing industry produces, what we make here, and it also gives the manufacturers an opportunity to see what our students are doing in the area of STEM education and robotics and so forth.
Pine Ridge students in the Manufacturing Academy will produce state motto plaques for Volusia County School District buildings. These plaques will be created with a laser engraver, and the motto can be engraved onto almost any surface. Students creating these plaques will learn design and how to use the engraver. They will also gain hands-on experience that will be expected of them in the real world. The Manufacturing Academy will offer these plaques to all schools within the district.
Volusia Online Learning meets the needs of students who learn productively on their own time, in their own space.
It's really flexible. You know, you can really like do it at home, do it at school. It's easier. You can work at your own pace sometimes, and you can really get things done.
They have access to highly qualified teachers who are available to assist them, to talk with them, and to get them motivated to complete their courses.
I chose it because I wanted to graduate early, and that was an easy way for me to do classes that I needed for senior year.
For students who have a lot of responsibilities like jobs and sports and other extracurricular activities, taking an online course will benefit you greatly because of the flexibility.
Morning, buddy. How you doing?
Good. I'm a military brat. My dad retired from the Army. I lived overseas many years. I switched schools. I went to 3 different high schools. I understand diversity. It's a team effort, and I think my skills and my abilities will fit in well at Deltona Lakes Elementary.
Slow down, guys. Slow. Thank you.
I know there's a need for safety and security, and I thought that based on my background and my experience working with kids, I would be a good fit to fill that role.
Morning, guys.
That's what I try to do every day, is greet everybody, give them the greeting, good morning, good afternoon, whenever it may be that I see them, and just set them up for success for the rest of the day, because what you put out there comes back. So if I put out positive, then I'm going to get positive in return.
Good morning, buddy.
I want all the kids that I come across to understand that they do have an opportunity, and they have to take advantage of the opportunity, which is education, and take it on to middle school, high school, and all the way to college. Just stressing the importance of education while keeping an eye on them and making sure that they're in a safe environment.
about 100 students accepted in the entire state. So the fact that our school is not only represented, but we have 4 students representing our school is a very big honor. They spent about 4 months working on the audition music and then had to submit an audition video in which music teachers from around the state watched their video and then graded them based upon a rubric. So they have done the video and they have passed and they have made it into the ensemble, which is a really big deal.
I love music a lot and I worked really hard for it, and I love to be performing with all of these amazing people to be just putting together a great concert for everyone.
I've never been to Tampa before, so it's going to be an experience.
I never thought that I would be like having this experience to go into Tampa and perform in front of thousands of people, or 1,000 people, and it's kind of shocking.
Ever since I've been with Ms. Coatney, she has been a lot of help, and I've experienced that I love music, and it's just an amazing opportunity. I don't have any words for it. It's just amazing.
President or CEO of a small company, I do whatever is called upon. I do most of the organization, I do contracts, I do AutoCAD drawings, I do scheduling, HR, the technology, you name it, it falls on my shoulders a lot of the times. Because I've been out of high school for 25 years, it's hard for me to remember all my teachers individually, but one that always stands out is Miss Kelly Amy, and she was my journalism teacher my senior year of high school at Deltona High. One of the most influential classes I took throughout my high school career was journalism, and in that I was actually in a leadership position right from the beginning. My freshman year of high school, I was a news editor. I became a co-editor-in-chief by my junior year, and then an editor-in-chief my senior year. So those are the classes that really helped to shape what I do today. Although I'm not in a journalism capacity, being an editor, you are in charge of a lot of people. You have to be very organized. You have deadlines you have to make. And so that is one of the things that journalism assisted me with. And I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed being around a lot of people, working around a lot of people. Being in the IB program and gifted program, I'm a very high stress person, but I like it. So I like a lot of things going on. I like a lot of responsibility. I have 3 children that are in school. So I volunteer quite a bit with the different schools. Plus, as a business, we donate a lot of materials. My middle daughter's in the STEM Academy at Deltona Middle School, and they've been talking with my husband about robotic welding, so we assist with giving them information. I've participated in the career days for some of the local elementary schools. I would recommend anybody in the Volusia County school system, grasp those opportunities that were provided to you. They are there. You can get through school doing the minimal and get through, but take advantage of it. There are a lot of opportunities, a lot of wonderful teachers, a lot of wonderful leaders that will help you and help you become the best that you can be. And you might end up someplace you didn't even imagine when you were in high school. I thought I was going to be in journalism or a writer, and here I am, president of a small company. You never know where you'll go.
without you. It's a labor of love, and we appreciate everything you've done, Volusia County Schools. We are 100% all in.
I think it's very important to give back to your community. I think it's definitely important to give back to those in need, and the Basket Brigade is a very good opportunity for those in need.
As you can see, this is the Deltona Wolves Battalion, and we are doing in something we like to call Troops Online, which, as you can see, we go all the way up and down Howland, down Wolfpack, and we line all of our cadets all the way up, waving flags in honor of the veterans. We hope to give inspiration to everybody to love our veterans. We recognize the history of veterans.
And so I asked Connie about it. I called Connie on Friday, and she said she tried to get somebody to answer. Didn't get an email about the question. And I apologize that I didn't think of it earlier. It has to be the wrong dates, right? I would think. Because it can't be last January. Well, but even with the renewal, you wouldn't say the term is from then to now.
There must have been an error on that.
Okay, it's both. On the Stewart one, Mr. Persis. That says January 1st, 2018 last year. And on the Halifax one, it does the same thing.
Yeah, okay, somebody must have changed it. It's really sure.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome to another Volusia County School Board meeting. Would you please join me and stand as we say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Once again, good afternoon, and glad to see so many people here at our school board meeting. I'd like to begin the meeting by introducing the people on the dais. So beginning on my far left is Miss Linda Cuthbert, representing District 3. Next to Miss Cuthbert is Mr. Ruben Colon, representing District 5. Next to Mr. Colon, and right next to me here, is Mr. Ted Doran, our board attorney. On the far right, your left, is our agency clerk, Connie Spire. And next to Ms. Spire is our school board member from District 1, Ms. Jamie Haynes. And next to Ms. Haynes, our school board member from District 2, Ms. Ida Wright. And our superintendent, Mr. James T. Russell. My name is Carl Persis, and I am the chair of the school board this year. And once again, glad to have you all here. We also have people that listen through the internet. And for the first time today, they will not only be listening through the internet, but they'll also be seeing a visual of what is going on. So I tell you that so that if you happen to be one of the people coming to speak to the board, you want to like fix your hair and your makeup because, you know, this is streaming out across the planet today. So anyway, I just want you to be aware of that. Our items for approval this evening are items 1.03, 2.02, 5.01, 6.01, 16.01, 17.01, 17.02, 18.01 through 18.01, through 18.01, 19.01, and 20.01. We'll have public participation time, and that will be for any item that is on this agenda and for items of general interest pertaining to public education. We start with item 1.02, which is one of our board members giving a comment about our vision statement, and it is Mr. Ruben Colon. So the floor is yours, Mr. Colon.
Thank you so much. So our vision statement is ensuring all students receive a superior 21st century education, and I've had the pleasure of already visiting 9 out of my 15 schools for a formal visit, and we're all tasked with the same vision and mission. And I want to challenge everyone in this room to think about what a 21st century education looks like. And how many times are we doing things the same way we did it in the 20th century and expecting a different outcome in the 21st century? Are we really doing things that are different for the 21st century? Change is difficult, and one of the things I've learned as I've gone from school to school is this is just the way we've always done it. And so I'll challenge everyone in this room, whether you're a parent, a teacher, an administrator, or a school board member, to be open to what does a 21st century education look like? Because I can assure you for our students, it's not the same as it was in the 20th century. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clown. Very nice. The next item on our agenda is the approval of the minutes. We have 2 minutes. We have two sessions of minutes that we need to approve. The first one is from the November 30th, 2018, when we were in a leasing corporation session. The members of the board have received those minutes. Are there any corrections to those minutes? No. Then those minutes will stand approved as printed. And then the next one is the school board meeting that took place on December 11th, 2018 during our regular session. Board members have received those minutes as well. Are there any corrections to those minutes? Seeing none, then those minutes will stand approved as printed. Agenda changes and removal of items from the consent agenda. Mr. Superintendent?
Yes, Mr. Chair. School board action item 18.03 will be removed for further evaluation.
Okay, board members, strike 18.03. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Minus item 18.03, are there any other items board members would like to remove at this time from the consent? Seeing none, do I have a motion then to approve the agenda minus item 18.03?
Motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Colon. And a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Wright. No discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those against, aye. And the ayes have it unanimously. So our agenda has been approved. The first item is 3.01, a recognition of the Achievement for Excellence in Financing report and the Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting. Winners, presenter Deborah Muller. I think Ms. Muller's bringing company with her. And of course, Deb Muller is our Chief Financial Officer. Ms. Muller, take it away.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board members, and Mr. Russell. I am pleased to have with us today Ms. Bertie Trawick and Ms. Dawn Fortes. Ms. Trawick is our Director of Finance, and Ms. Fortes is our Finance Specialist. And we are recognizing them for their contributions in financial excellence. The district has been awarded for the fiscal year ending 2017 both the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting from GFOA, which is the Government Finance Officers Association, and the Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting, which is from ASBO, which is the Association of School Business Officials International, for the CAFR, which is the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. These awards represent the highest form of recognition in governmental accounting and financial reporting, and the attainment of these awards represents a significant accomplishment by a government and its management. Ms. Fortes is the staff member that is primarily responsible for preparing the CAFR, and they should be commended, both of them, for their dedication to the achievement of this. This is not the first year, but we have received it for over 16 years. But it does take a substantial time and effort commitment on the part of our staff to do this. GFOA states that the achievement of their award demonstrates a constructive spirit of full disclosure to clearly communicate its financial story and motivate potential users and user groups to read the CAFR. So our CAFR contains a lot of information, not just our basic financial statements, as would be submitted on the part of an audit or in response to the audit. And just to give you some information on the statistics, GFOA, the statistics for this year's award, 554 districts received the award nationwide, and just 48 with enrollments covering 50,000 to 99,000 students. So 48 districts of our size in our category. And they should be commended, especially this year when we've been working on the ERP, which has taken an immense amount of time on the part of Dawn, and for the commitment of her to complete this, especially this year. So we really appreciate their time and effort and would like to recognize them.
Well, we sure do. Ms. Trawick, Ms. Fortes, would you like to say anything? Say something about Deb or whatever you want to. Now's your chance.
Thank you for the recognition. I would like to thank my wonderful staff that even makes it possible for 16 years of this, and especially Dawn. She's the sole contributor cover to cover for the CAFR.
Dawn, did you want to?
Yeah, I do want to mention that the award definitely reflects the quality work of the entire financial services division. It wouldn't have been possible to pull it all together without everybody's input and dedication to accuracy and compliance.
Yeah, fantastic. I think your expertise is only overshadowed by your modesty here this evening, but you all are fantastic. It's not the first time this board has seen you here, and we are very proud of the audits that we received. Mr. Superintendent, do you have any comments about these two valuable employees?
The bottom line is this award is all about financial transparency and the work that office does, that they work with the budget, and they're the first to really dive in, as we heard earlier, in the ERP. They're working on next year's budget with the new ERP, and they are always there when we have questions in regards to our budget, and they're just, your entire staff, Bertie, it's just excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, on behalf of the entire school board, the entire school district, and to the public of Volusia County, we thank you. Let's hear it for Trawick and Ms. Fortes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Muller. We want to take a photograph. This would be our only photograph today. Okay. Yeah. You're the stars. We're taking pictures of you. So we're going to take a photograph break here for a couple of minutes. right, our next item of business is public participation. Do we have any cards? Kelly? Just one. All right. Miss Albert, are you ready to come forward? Yes. From now on, you just have to state your name. You don't have to state your address and all that stuff.
Thank you.
Okay.
Board members, Superintendent Russell, and members of the audience. I was a little bit conflicted, didn't think I was going to come up here and speak until the very last minute, so I want to thank you for taking my card there. I couldn't let this opportunity go by. I want to talk to you about a conversation that I had last night with Mr. Russell. I know the timer hasn't started, but I'll be brief. How's that? So I want to just fill you in on a conversation that I had, let you know what we've been discussing. Seeing a trend and some concerns coming out of our interactions with the Office of Professional Standards. It seems that there is an atmosphere of guilty until proven innocent when it comes to the recent cases that we've been looking at. And you know, I haven't been in this position very long, so this is very, very disappointing to me. It seems that there is a heavy-handed approach, tactics that are used perhaps to intimidate teachers and support staff members when they're brought forward and given their opportunity to talk about an incident that has allegedly occurred. And you know, the thing about it is that everybody makes mistakes. You know, no one here is perfect, no one claims to be perfect, and we shouldn't assume that anybody is. But what I also notice is that when an incident involves an administrator or a member of an administrative team, it's absolutely a lopsided approach when that investigation takes place. And again, let's remember the timeline that I've been in this seat. Not really very long. It seems as if those situations are handled very differently, even to the point where perhaps the facts could be massaged in such a way to craft an outcome that no blame or even the acknowledgement of a mistake has been made or is even noted. And I'll just say that for me, the test of someone's character and their integrity is what they do in a time of vulnerability. And if you make a mistake, you need to own it. You need to accept it, you need to learn from it, and you need to move on. Not manipulate a situation so that everything just vanishes. So that's all I've got. Just want to let you know that's the conversation that we're having. We're working on some things. So thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for serving on the committee the other day with the external operator. I know your input was valued there. Our next item is we have one resolution today, item 5.01, honoring Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and looks like Kelly Schultz is approaching the dais here. And
hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Kelly Schultz, Director of Community Information, and his birthday on Monday, January 21st. There will be many events taking place throughout our schools and in the community. Staff members and the board will be participating in these events across the district. Students are involved in various learning activities. They will be reading books, drawing pictures, writing essays, speeches, poster contests, and being visited by special guests. These are just a few examples of how our schools are honoring Dr. King in creative ways in honor of his birthday. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Our next item is, we need to make a recommendation. Go ahead, Mr. Superintendent.
The superintendent recommends approval of Resolution 2019-01, honoring Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. on the occasion of the celebration of his birthday.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Do I have a motion to approve item 5.01?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Wright, and thank you for seconding it, Ms. Cuthbert. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Ayes pass unanimously. All right, now we can move on to 6.01, which is approval of the consent agenda items. And we did not pull any items, correct? We did not pull any. And board members, you do not wish to pull any. So do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items?
Mr. Chairman, I approve.
Thank you.
Make a motion that we approve the consent agenda.
Thank you. Ms. Cuthbert has made a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Wright, for seconding it. Any discussion?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes.
Bonner Elementary. What is that? Where is that?
Okay. The
superintendent
will be glad to answer that.
Because I didn't find it, and so that really threw me off.
Okay, Bonner Elementary is in Daytona Beach. It was an elementary school at one time. Now the building is being used by the Child's Academy. Gotcha.
We still own it. We still own the building.
We still own it, yes.
There were items on the consent agenda that referred to Bonner Elementary, and I just couldn't make sense of.
Where is that school? Yeah,
I've never heard of that one. So thank you.
George Ingram Boulevard. Okay, that's it. We had a motion. We have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. It passes unanimously. Is there anyone who wants to make a comment about any of the agenda items, even though we just moved on them? Okay. Right now, we're moving on then to item 14.01. Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This week is National Severe Weather Awareness Week. The statewide tornado drill will occur tomorrow, Wednesday, January 16th, 2019, at 9:10 a.m. School and district offices will participate. The Teacher of the Year banquet will be this Friday, January 18th, 2019, at 6 p.m. at the Daytona Beach Hilton by invitation only. Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday observance will be Monday, January 21st, 2019. School and district offices will be closed. The 13th annual Volusia County EMS Military Expo will occur Friday, January 25th, 2019 at 8 a.m. at the University High School. The Tomoka Regional Science and Engineering Fair will be Saturday, January 26th, 2019 at 8 a.m. at Stetson University. The next regular school board meeting will be Tuesday, January 29th, 2019 at 5:30 p.m. in this boardroom at the DeLand Administrative Complex. That concludes my announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Just as a way of public information, so you notice today we're meeting at 3:30, and then our next meeting will be at 5:30, and that will be the rotation that will be on. The first meeting of the month, the school board meeting will begin at 3:30. Second meeting of the month, the meeting will begin at 5:30. And prior to our first meeting of the month, as we did this morning, we had a workshop here that began at 10 a.m. And so that concluded around 2 today, and then we come back in session and have a school board meeting at 3:30. So that's the schedule we'll be on for the 2019 calendar year. And now, Mr. Superintendent, are there any presentations?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Financial Services will be giving an update.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, school board members, and Mr. Russell. Just need to pull this up.
If you'd state your name and your title.
Yes, Deb Muller, Chief Financial Officer for the district. A financial update being presented at the workshops, but due to the full slate of workshops this morning, I'm presenting in this slot. And so this is the first time that I've done this, that it was intended for the workshop setting. I know that we had some discussion about the format, so I would welcome any comments for future updates that you would like to see. We have made some adjustments to our monthly financial statement that we normally submit for the consent agenda. I do have a couple of other topics that I would like to update you on. The first one is the outside agency credit reviews, which were most recently performed. for the district by Moody's and Standard & Poor's, as well as the results of the FEFP third calc, and then also, of course, the revenue and expenditure budget status year to date through November 30th of 2018. So when we have a credit agency review, there are a couple of ways that that happens. Whenever we have an issuance of some type of debt, bonds, COPs, and so on, we would include those reviews from credit rating agencies as part of our issuance of the debt. However, we normally would have follow-up requests from those rating agencies, not annually, but every so often on their schedule. The first one that we had was Standard & Poor's, or I'm sorry, that we had was Moody's, and they had originally issued our sales tax revenue bonds at an AA3 rating, and when they, and it was a negative outlook. So, or it was an AA2 with a negative outlook, and then when we, they reviewed our CAFR, they reviewed our budget documents, as we talked about earlier in our recognition that there are several reasons that we present the CAFR because it does have a wealth of financial information. Then somebody will submit a request with questions to our staff, and that's comprised of Ms. Trawick, Ms. Fortes, Ms. Weaver, the budget director, and myself, and we will compile the answers to those questions, and then we will, with our fiscal advisor, respond to them and then have a conference call. And then when they take their report to committee, they send us a preliminary report that we can review for accuracy to make sure that they are interpreting our financial statements properly. So they did remove the negative outlook, which was very positive for us. We were just coming out of the recession. We had our fund balance unassigned fund balance was just hovering around 3%. We have since gotten back on track, and the unassigned fund balance is over 5%. So they did see that also our area is rebounding financially, jobs, and as well as building. So that was definitely a very great news for the district from a financial standpoint. And the AA is considered high quality with a very low credit risk. And then the appenders at the end, the 1s, 2s, 3s, the number 2 indicates a mid-range ranking. So that, again, was very good news for the district. Our Standard & Poor's global rating, initially they had given us a long-term rating of AA stable, and they reaffirmed that AA stable, but removed the minus from that. And AA is very strong ability to meet financial commitments. And initially, when they reviewed our bond issue for sales tax revenue, they only looked at the sales tax revenue in connection to the bonds, but they've changed their procedures and looked at the district overall and the health of the district. So that also reaffirms, again, where we have come from and the fact that we are moving in the right direction financially from a credit worthiness. Then we continue on to the not so great news of the Florida Education Finance Plan. So we used to receive the third calculation, which was based on our second survey of student attendance in October, right before we went on Christmas break. Now DOE has shifted some of their procedures, and so we just received this on Friday, but I was happy that I could at least provide it to you in this update. Statewide, the overall unweighted FTE decreased slightly by more than 13,000 FTE, while the funded weighted FTE decreased statewide by approximately 6,500 FTE. So you can see that we're not alone in the fact that we are losing FTE in our funding. However, that means we are losing funding for the third calculation, and we are losing almost 374 unfunded or unweighted FTEs, and then over 486 weighted FTEs. We had anticipated that there may be some. We did have a change in how the state wanted the reporting for blended instruction. So blended instruction would be a teacher face-to-face with some virtual instruction as well. We used to present that as seat time for students. This time when they were doing the October survey, we were told that the state now, if there was a teacher in the classroom, they had to be the certified teacher of record. We flipped how we're reporting those so that we don't have an issue, and so what that results in is it's a virtual seat time, and we aren't funded unless the student completes the course. So where we would have been funded for those students in survey 2, we now are not funded at that point because we have to wait until the course is completed to see if they have completed, and then we would be funded. But there is a loss of funding there. The most we could be funded on is 0.33 FTE versus 0.5 FTE. So we are still analyzing that to see how some of these changes in how we're delivering instruction and how we're having to code them for FTE purposes are affecting our financial funding. And the base funding, and I know this is a little bit small to read, but the base funding translates to a loss of almost $2 million, 1.971 million. We've also lost money in our ESE guaranteed allocation of over 300,000. We did receive transportation, an increase in the funding of 632,000. And then the other funding, you can see the declining enrollment supplement, which is obviously an offset because our enrollment declined for FTE that we received that supplement. And that was fairly common throughout the state that we received that, but obviously you can see that that offset is not nearly what we lost. So overall, in total FEFP, we lost $1.77 million. And in the ESE guaranteed allocation, part of that is we had a decline in the actual number of FTE students in our level 4 and 5 ESE classes, as well as our regular ESE. You can see also that our class size reduction numbers are affected. There's a loss of about $500,000 due to that. For an overall decrease of $2.7 million. Now what we will do as far as, let me just go back to this previous slide, you can see that some of these categories are starred, and we will actually take those differences in funding and go back to the appropriate area or department, and they will adjust their budget. So some of it comes out of our general funding, and then some of it is attributable to specific programs. So they will have to adjust their budgets as well. So just using reading instruction, for example, they have a loss of $12,978. We would ask them to adjust their budget accordingly. It's interesting, the budgeted funding per student. Now, statewide, the original funding per student was $7,407, and it is now $7,429. So there was actually an increase statewide, but you can see that our budgeted funding per student decreased by 4 cents per student. And again, part of that reason is the factoring in of the DCD, which would bring down our base funding. From a budget status standpoint, our year-to-date revenue through November, you can see that our revenue compared to the first column, year-to-date actual fiscal year 18, versus the third column, which is year-to-date actual fiscal year 19. The only thing that I would really point out there is you can see the local sources property tax, which was $4 million last year, $26 million this year. That's strictly a timing difference based on remittances. So, you know, sometimes the day of the week or when the cutoff ends just results in a timing difference. So until we really get through the end of December, we don't really look at those differences too much because you know, we're not even halfway through the fiscal year at that point. And you can see where the percentage remaining in the budget. So for instance, in our state sources, we have received approximately 43% of our budgeted revenues and 85% remaining to receive in our property taxes. Overall, our revenues, we still have 67.56% remaining. And on the expenditure side, again, we're broken down by instruction, instructional support, and so on. I just wanted to explain this encumbrances column. I know we have you know, some new board members, and also just to refresh your memory because we haven't talked about this in a little bit. Encumbrances are actually different types of expenditures that we have not incurred yet. So we record all of our salary positions that we will pay throughout the year. We record them, and then as we pay them, we decrease the encumbrance. But that's a commitment on the part of the district that we have to pay those salaries, as well as other types of items that are in the encumbrances. I've included in the back, just for your reference, the types of things that are included in encumbrances. So again, our regularly established positions and the benefits, our ABM contract, which for our custodial and grounds, our school resource officer contracts, and our purchase orders. Some things that are not already encumbered is our charter school payments, because that can fluctuate based on their surveys as well of their students. Utilities, again, a fluctuating item, and then supplements and substitute costs, as well as drop and terminal leave payments, because a lot of that is paid at the end of the year, as well as we don't know who will obviously leave us, retire, and so on. So the budget looks like we've spent more. If you look over on the right-hand side, the 14.3% left, but take into consideration that those encumbrances are for the entire year. In most cases. So we're just setting that money aside because we do have that commitment to pay for that. But we do have 14.46% left in our instructional line. You can see district administration, which really includes a number of departments, includes the board, it includes general administration, our facilities, our fiscal services, and administrative technology services. So just a quick update there, and again, these are the notes that I've kind of talked about as we've gone through this report of what is included, just for your reference. And are there any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Mueller. Thank you very much. Questions from the board? Ms. Cuthbert.
It's a little off topic, but I wanted to say thank you to you and your department for the raises in our teacher salaries before the Christmas break. So, and I know it was a huge task upon your department, but it was much appreciated. A lot of faculty that I spoke to and other employment personnel were very, very appreciative of your efforts to get that money in their paychecks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, it was a joint effort between several departments and a lot of hard work to push that through prior to the break, but we were happy that we could do that. We still have some payments that are hanging out, retros, that we are working on through to get out during January.
So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert. I'm sure today is a happy day because it's payday, and it's been a long time since their last check. Was it like a month ago? Was their last paycheck? So that's a long time to go during the holidays without any kind of a check coming in. So
it's nice when you get it, but it's a long stretch to the next one.
Long stretch there. Thank you again. Any other comments from board members? Then we thank you, Ms. Muller.
Thank you.
Nice report. And moving on now to item 16.01. And this will be administrative.
Dana Paige Pender, Chief Human Resources Officer. Good afternoon, Chairman, school board members, Superintendent Russell. I would like to present the superintendent's recommendation for assistant principal appointment. Althea G. Thompson, teacher at Discovery Elementary, to the position of assistant principal at Atlantic High School. Ms. Thompson began her career with Volusia County Schools in 2000. Her areas of certification are in the areas of educational leadership and specific learning disabilities, with an endorsement in English speakers of other languages.
The superintendent recommends the approval of this administrative appointment.
Okay, and thank you. And I see you standing there. Hello. How do you feel back there? I'm excited to be a shark. Oh, that's great. That is just great. Okay, you've heard the recommendation. Did you want to say something, Ms. Haynes?
I do.
You do. Go ahead.
So Althea actually goes by Grace, and I've had the privilege of knowing her for many years, from the time she was a classroom teacher to an assistant principal, along with other positions. And I'm very happy that she's going to be a shark, and I look forward to coming over to that side and visiting her. So
Yay.
thank you.
How nice. That's just great. All right, we have a recommendation. Do we have a motion to make this official?
I make a motion.
Yes, you may. Okay, Ms. Haynes makes the motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I second.
Seconded by Mrs. Wright. Any other discussion, comments about Miss Althea Grace Thompson about to become a shark? Yes. Well, I don't see any controversy here, so it looks like this is going to go through. Wait, wait, Ms. Cuthbert.
Is her position at Discovery going to be filled?
It will be. It will probably be advertised after this is approved this evening.
Okay, so right now, so when does this young lady become a shark?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
It's
So
approved, yes.
at Discovery, the children will have a substitute?
Yes.
Okay, but we will make every effort
We
to have
absolutely
those kids.
will.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Mrs. Cuthbert, we've also, I'm sorry.
Mr. Russell.
Thank you. We've been working with the school with this transition, with both Atlantic and then also Discovery. So we put certain pieces into place.
Okay, good. Thank you, and congratulations. It's nice to have you on the east side.
Let's end the suspense. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, and as unanimously, you are an assistant principal right now. They will give you the keys and say, good luck. We have a photograph for this. Take a few minutes break here for a photograph. Okay, we are back, and our next item is item 17.01, student discipline regarding attendance. And our presenter is Mr. Greg Pender.
Ms. Fisher couldn't be here today, so I'm taking her place.
If you get that mic up real close to you, Mr. Pender. There you
All right, there we go.
There we go.
Good afternoon. I'm in replacement of Cindy Fisher, but I'm Craig Pender, School Safety and Emergency Management. All right, good evening, Chairman Persis, school board members, and Mr. Russell. Today we have two requests concerning student discipline. For the first request, a recommendation is made to the superintendent and the school board to extend the suspension on students Alpha ID 1XXHQ, 1QLGG, 1RZQF, 1TGSE, 1PQGT, 1TWFF, 1PTOX, 1QVID, 1QFOI, 1XOZC, 1TWYG, 1TWAL, and 1QCLC from school attendance through January 29, 2019 for the purpose of further study and evaluation. For the second request, the recommendation is made to the superintendent that he requests the board to extend the suspension on students Alpha ID 1PMRX, 1VZYH, and 1NXJXD from school-sponsored transportation through January 29, 2019 for the purpose of further study and evaluation.
Mr. Russell?
The superintendent recommends the board extend the suspension of the aforementioned students from school attendance through January 29, 2019 for the purpose of further study and evaluation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Let's take these one at a time then. So we'll begin with 17.01. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the recommendation by superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Colon. A second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same side. Ayes have it unanimously. And now item 17.02. Do I have a motion?
I have to make the recommendation.
Mr. Superintendent, well, I think you did make the recommendation, didn't you, for both?
For the first one, I did.
I'm sorry.
I did not include transportation. My mistake.
You are.
The superintendent recommends the board extend the suspension of the aforementioned students from school-sponsored transportation through January 29th, 2019 for the purpose of further study and evaluation.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Russell. And now do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. It's been moved by Ms. Wright, seconded by Ms. Cuthbert to approve item 17.02. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye and opposed. So the ayes, it passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Pender. You did a great job there substituting. We'll let Ms. Fisher know that she can call on you anytime, huh? Yeah. All right, our next item is 18.01. This is Phase 1 plans for Mr. Cullen's favorite school, Deltona Middle School.
Don't tell anybody.
And we have an army of people approaching the dais right now. So let me see. Ms. Morrissey, are you going to start things?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Sarah Lee Morrissey, your planning director. He is senior associate with C.T. Shue and Associates, the architectural firm. And he is joined by Mr. Tim McNicholas, also with C.T. Shue. Next to Renee is Mr. David Lewis, who is Senior Regional Vice President of Core Construction, construction manager for this project, and he is also joined by some colleagues, Mr. Ryan Belmont and Chris Kramer and Chuck Kaufman, and then to his right is Dr. Rick Inge, our principal of Deltona Middle School. I don't want to forget to introduce my colleague who's in the audience, Rob Brinson, who ensures that we do the very best that we can for this district. So tonight I'm very pleased to bring forward to you, let's see, hold on one second. I want to make this, one thing I would like to mention is we did not know about the new webcam
we understand.
thing, and
until yesterday.
Yeah, no, till today. And so some of our slides are not designed to address that, and I will play around a little bit with where the webcam is.
Yeah. This would be since you brought it up, this would be a good time for me to bring it up so the board knows, and the public. So I talked with Mike about that. Obviously, it's blocking out some stuff, but in the future, the templates will be sent out to everyone with that block of space, enabling them not to put items there, so that we'll be able to see the entire presentation. Right now, you see that. Is that you, Mike, playing
No,
with
that
that?
me. I moved it.
Oh, you moved it. Okay,
Yeah.
Which is fine. So just indulge us for a while. Thank you.
In any case, tonight what we bring forward to you, asking for your approval, is what we call our Phase 1 plans. These are considered schematic plans. Basically, they provide for your site layout, a site plan. They show the relationships of spaces, your floor plans. It provides for the program. We spend significant time making sure we understand the program at the school, and we provide the appropriate spaces for that. Once the board approves Phase 1 plans, and not until Phase 1 plans are approved, do we move forward into actual design documents and construction documents. So I want to make sure I advise you that we still have a lot of work to do, and that we won't get started until our Phase 1 plans are approved. And this is a shared presentation, so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Renee.
Thank you very much. Just to orient everybody in terms of the site and the existing conditions there a little bit in the time that we have, we're looking at 31.7 contiguous acres, pretty much a triangular site. We have some residential neighbors to the north and to the south of the property, some industrial properties across the street, and we front on Enterprise Road. We have vehicular traffic patterns across the front of the site that pretty much take the entire front of the school. Circulation in the morning is as the principal will be able to describe, there's a lot of things going on, a lot of entrances and exits. The core spaces of the campus are located in the central building from the 1950s and 60s, and that includes the media, cafeteria, and administration and the gymnasium. But there are also some buildings that were brought in the 1980s, and they are sitting in the rear of the campus, and they're the ones that appear in red in the graphic here. There's congestion in the front, as I mentioned, and multiple access points to the site. In terms of potential construction area, our study has shown that the area that's shown here in the graphic outlined with the dashed line is potentially where we can build. The intent here, of course, is to minimize disruptions of the school itself. The school remains operational throughout this process, so safety and security is paramount in that sense. And the reduction of the number of phases is also a key element to try to disrupt as little as possible. In terms of the goals, as was mentioned previously, in terms of 21st century learning, we're trying to bring that in and coordinate that with the programs and academies of the school itself, accommodate 1,430 permanent student stations for the campus, and again, it'll be a combination of new construction and existing buildings being renovated. To come through this process, we have had a series of workshops and discussions with the folks at the school, staff, and our partners in the project, going through visioning, planning phases, looking at the program, and then looking at alternatives of how these bits and pieces can be made work together. So you'll see in some of the pictures here, the folks, it's a hands-on process that we brought everybody included to, and I think the principal can explain some of that.
Yeah, thank you, Renee. Over the past year, we've held numerous meetings that allowed input from all the stakeholders involved in our school. These include parents, community members, which also include representatives from the city of Deltona, student leaders, teachers, support staff, lead teachers from my 6 academies, members of our PTSA and School Advisory Council. And we also were fortunate to have district curriculum specialists and staff there helping us. And these meetings took place over several months, with each group giving input in regard to the design and functionality that we would prefer to support our unique programs at Deltona.
Thank you, Dr. Inge.
Yeah, I would like to just, that process, working with the school, was basically the first 6 months of last year. CT SHU went under contract, I believe, at your December 2017 meeting, and so we got started immediately after that. We spent about 6 months working with the school community. And so then we take that information that we gain, and that's when we start playing around with site layout and determining different things. Right about that same time, now we're in the middle of summer, was when 2 things happened that caused us to spend a little bit more time on what we were doing. One was the change in the funding, and the board decided not to bond monies. But secondly, what was something that we did not anticipate. And I've mentioned this before with the other schools, we have to get approval from DOE, Florida DOE, to demolish any structures. And in order to get that approval, we go through quite an exercise documenting facility condition, educational adequacy of that facility, cost to remodel versus cost to start from new. And there is a report that accompanies that is called the Castaldi report, and it's a mathematical formula. You might remember some of that.
I do.
In any case, and I think I've mentioned this during one of our previous presentations on George Marks, we submitted that report in May to DOE, and it was not until October that we received an outright rejection of the entire report and a denial. What we had submitted was a request to demolish everything. What we got back was no feedback and just the denial. Now, since that time, we've talked to DOE, and I know I've mentioned this in previous presentations. They have an issue with any recommendation to demolish anything that's younger than 40 years of age. And Renee mentioned to you that we have some 1980s structures on this campus. So we have spent considerable time, certainly additional time from our original schedule, working on the ifs, thens, and what is more cost effective, and our contractor has been of significant assistance there. And so the plan that we are bringing forward to you now, we think is the best plan that we can do that will also ensure an approval from DOE. We have not resubmitted. We will resubmit hopefully after tonight's meeting, where we will be asking just to maintain all the 1980s buildings, buildings 9, 10, 11, and 18, with the exception of building 8, and we'll speak to that when we show you the site plan. And we will be keeping those and integrating them into, if not the school's operation, into the campus layout, and we'll talk a little bit about that when we get into the site plan. So here we have the site plan.
Yes. So what we've tried to do here, of course, is keep those buildings that are apparently too young to be removed and utilize those as best we can. Those now, where they were at the rear of the school, now suddenly they're at the front of the school, in a manner of speaking, since we now try to remove Building 1, which is a large contiguous building that was at the front of the campus, to open up the front. What we've done is created a courtyard by basically looking at a L configuration of the building that now creates a courtyard between the existing and the new building. It offers a new front in terms of the cafeteria and what becomes a performance space and event space in other times of the day and evening for the campus. And as we move back, we have the core spaces, all new, along the northern edge, and then in a two-story configuration and a three-story classroom wing behind the original buildings that were there. What we intend to do is reuse building 11 as the administration and rework that building and incorporate that into the scheme. Buildings 9 and 10 then, as Sarah Lee had mentioned, would be separated off. They're still there, but they're separated off in terms of the needs of the school. And the incorporation also of the ag barn, which also would remain. It's a younger building, and how that works with the rest of the campus. What this does is allow us to clear up transportation and circulation at the front of the school, separate parents' drop-off and bus drop-off, and it gives us a working plan that we can proceed on at this point.
The one building, Building 8, is located right about here, and it's actually attached to another one of the buildings. And so we feel pretty confident that once we show this plan to DOE and the efforts that we've made to save these 3 buildings as well as Building 18, the ag barn, while maximizing what we consider the efficiency of doing as much new construction in one phase as we can and keeping our existing school operational, we think we'll be able to obtain approval of that.
A bit of a closer look to the layout, and this is basically the associative spaces. A single point of entry. The admin building is the one in the center that's basically red in this particular diagram. That's the control point. To the left of that, you'll see we start with the cafeteria, performing arts spaces, the gym, which is integrated, so this is all integrated into a building, so there's easy access. As you come around, you have then tech spaces, ESC spaces, and then a classroom wing off of that. Again, the classroom is 3 stories. The other portions are 2 stories and single-story tall functions. And on the second level, we have the media center on the second level, connecting again back into the 3-story classroom wing. So there, you can reach from the 3 levels to that spot. And there's some internal spaces that create a place also with the courtyard that then's created by existing building and this building.
So I'd like to take you through the phasing for construction. As you heard Renee say, and we all know, this will be an occupied campus, ongoing operations. So all of the phasing decisions in this phasing plan, this preferred phasing plan, took into account how we could work in and around that occupied campus. So there'd be minimal disruption to the learning environment, and we'll be on a continuous dialogue and communication with Dr. Inge and his folks to be abreast of everything that is happening during construction. We have secured permission from the owner of the facility across the street to utilize his parking lot for our job site office and employee parking. So that gives us maximum opportunity to utilize the space in and around the project. The first phase As Renee said, the design lends itself very well to building the entire new facility with the exception of some of the parking and site amenities in the first phase. So this will be a major, longer duration of the project, securing it, of course, with a fence to separate the active campus operations from the construction and taking care for that. And also any of the activities that you see that might be in close proximity to the existing campus, those will be done on off hours when school is not in session, so there won't be any disruption there. This phase on our preferred phasing schedule will take 16 months. So we'll construct your new facility in 16 months and then roll into the second phase, which is your move into the next, to this new facility. At the same time, we'll renovate the, what will become the new admin area, which is in the existing building 11 that Renee spoke to you about, one of the buildings that has to remain according to DOE. So after that is achieved, you're in your new building, you're operating in your new building with your new admin. Then we tear down the existing facility. We build the parent access loop and parking associated with that that's needed, and finish up the site amenities for a total duration of 23 months.
So I want to talk a little bit about the construction schedule, because this 23 months is if everything works out perfectly and we start at a certain period of time. So we want to take a few moments to, because we've been debating schedule as a team, and I want to speak to the board a little bit about this. So what David talked about is if the contractor has the ideal environment in which to work in is 23 months. But, you know, we're unusual in that we open on a specific day every year. We're not a grocery store. You know, we're not a shopping center. And we have fixed blocks of time, you know, where there's a winter break and or a summer break. But our calendar is unique. And it offers opportunities, but it also offers challenges. So what we have here is two different schedules, and we want to take a minute to talk you through those. One schedule, which is the schedule that's in the middle, it's called current schedule based on funding. The funding for this project does not become available until July of 2020. All right? And so the schedule that we've identified there is if we started construction as soon as the money becomes available, because everybody's anxious to get, you know, their new school. So the earliest that we would be able to start is in July of 2020, and then we move out 16 months. What you see that starts to happen under that schedule is that the completion of the new construction, which is everything that's necessary to accommodate students and their activities, with the exception of administration, that's done right in November. So what is not ideal is that the school's in session and Dr. Inge is busy doing what his primary responsibility is, taking care of his students and his faculty and making sure that student achievement and learning is happening. So that 2-month period that David talked about, us accomplishing move-in and also renovating the Building 11 for admin, as the owner, I express concern about that, because I know how challenging it is, and you can talk to Mrs. Hutcherson about what it took for her to move into Pearson this past summer in 2 months. It concerns me to think that we can move into a brand new middle school in a 2-month period while school is in session. And I think that what it would take is more time and or more staff. And so I want to identify that because I have questioned the 2-month move-in as being practical. Secondly, school's in session and administration now does not have a home. So we've got to provide administration a home because school is in session. Whereas if school was not in session, we were moving in the summer, we wouldn't have to be concerned with where Dr. Inge is and how quickly he can get to wherever that latest disruption is, or what have you. So we identify the potential for there to be additional time and or money associated with that phase 2, which then pushes us out further. Quite frankly, we show here on the slide that it takes us renovating the building and new admin out to spring break. I would argue it might take us till the end of that first semester. And only then, after we have moved in, can we start building demolition. And then that last parent loop and the last bit of retention area. So the schedule based on when our funding comes available as well as that's the earliest we could start, I actually submit to you, I think it will take us more than 23 months. And the reason I point that out is because if we take longer, we spend more. So then we started talking about, okay, well, what would be a 23-month schedule, a more preferred schedule? So what we present to you in that third column is the very soonest that we as your project team could be ready to start construction. Now this doesn't work because of money, because the money's not available, but this is the very earliest that we would be ready. I mentioned at the beginning, we still have design documents and construction documents to get through. And I argue that we need to take our time on those, and those need to be in a really good condition in order to go out to bid. So the earliest that we think we could start, absent the issue of money, is February 1 of 2020. And when we work through that schedule, it lines up better with our summer schedule. The 16 months takes us to the end of the school year, and so we do have those 2 months by which the administration can focus on the needs of moving in. The contractor can go into Building 11 and do whatever it takes to get it done in 2 months. The need to temporarily locate admin somewhere else, well, if we wanted to locate them in buildings 9 or 10, I don't have to be concerned about the distance from where students are. One of the things we talked about when, we've wrestled with a lot of different site plans and phasing. And one of the things we wrestle with is the impact on the school's operation and what does it take for Dr. Inge and his staff to get from point A to point B when a campus is under construction. So in that summer period, we would not have to worry about accommodating them in 10 or 11. And we certainly wouldn't need a temporary portable for the purposes of accommodating administration. And then, we would proceed with that last phase, which is building demolition and the rest of site work. And that gets us to what we believe are those 23 months. So we could take that preferred schedule and push it to February 1 of 2021. That's when the monies would be available. But I wanted to point out to you that the construction has to take into account the operation of the school, and depending on when we start, it can affect both ultimately what we spend, as well as how long we take. And those are tied together.
Thank
and
you.
We're available for your questions.
Okay. Well, I can certainly relate to this project, having been the principal at Ormond Beach Middle School when we were
I believe we had four phases.
Four, I think.
Yeah.
And I don't know how long it took. Was it 6 years before it was?
I was going to say 4 years, but it took.
Maybe it seemed like 6 years. No, but it is a challenge, Dr. Inge, to be running a middle school while you're building a school. But it certainly can be done, and it will be done, and it'll look beautiful when it's all said and done. I guess the first question, and then I'll ask just one and let Mr. Colon ask a few. I'm sure you have a few to ask. Is when we have to keep the 80s buildings, then I'm sure your intent is to make those buildings blend in as much so that they don't look still like they're 80s buildings.
Right. What we've talked about so far, and this will be part of what we start to address when we get into design development, we would create a new skin, a new exterior for those buildings. We're envisioning tilt wall construction for the new construction, and we would probably do something like a stucco exterior to match.
Are you thinking windows as well?
I'm sorry, what?
Windows? The windows?
Well, so at this point in time, our what we envision is doing what we need to do to building 11 to bring it up to current code, because it's going to be occupied and be part of the school. Buildings 9 and 10, we haven't gotten into the details, but right now those are both classrooms. We would leave those alone, not necessarily do any renovations. Now, what I would anticipate with this school is already an attractor, meaning students want to go to this school because of the programs they're offering. Once we finish construction here, I anticipate that this school is going to function like a magnet. We've designed it. The student stations that Renee mentioned are about 100 more than we are currently providing at that school. What I would envision over time is that we would eventually take over those buildings 10 and 11. They'd become future classrooms, and we will either consider what they need as we near the end of construction here, or we will do it at a later point in time, kind of like what we did at Taylor, this past summer.
Yes.
We had almost an identical situation with the old middle school building, and we left it alone, and it was not part of the new campus. And then this last year, our maintenance department went in and renovated it, cleaned it up, and brought it into being a part of the current campus, and now it's in use as part of Taylor Middle High. I can envision either one of those scenarios.
Sure.
With this.
All right, I will stop, and Mr. Colon, go ahead.
And so one of the things, Deltona Middle School was one of the eye-openers for me. It was one of the few schools I hadn't been to. And the things that are happening at Deltona Middle are very, very impressive. And as I walked through the facilities of that school, I can tell you that this is not a want. This is a need. The cafeteria, we've got half the students eating outside. If it's cold, they eat in a hallway. If it's raining, they eat in a hallway outside of classroom areas. Technology-wise, the building is extremely dated. And having followed this a little bit, when the conversations were taking place, it seems to me that a lot of consideration goes into when we're going to replace a school. From the planning standpoint, meaning you all have been talking about this for 5 to 7 years, From the facility standpoint, we're not going to renovate anything there because you're getting a new school. So they've been hearing that for several years. From the standpoint of preparation, we have prepared a community for getting a school. You've seen the slides. They've had meetings. They've had stakeholder meetings. And again, this is not a want. This is a need. And so having looked back on the conversations that sort of put this project or pushed this project on, at the time the board was considering a $150 million bond. And that's a lot of money, and I think I can appreciate the concern and the interest and the amount of money that was being proposed to the board to borrow. However, in order to accomplish what the district has determined to be the preferred schedule, it would require funding. And so I asked the question, can we reconsider bonding just this project? What would it look like if we say, you know, the price tag on this school is $50 million, can we bond $55 million, $60 million? What would that look like? Because I didn't hear that part as part of the presentation when it was decided that we would pay as we go and drag a project on. There's no question that construction's getting more expensive, tariffs are getting more expensive, bonds are going to get more expensive. And so what would it look like if we were to fund this project alone and no longer have that $150 million versus the 50? Because I can tell you, I went to a band concert, which was at University High, and it was standing room only. I posted a picture. There was no space for anything. And that I was fortunate enough to help them move the instruments so that they could get the chorus. I mean, I was up there doing it. And so I can tell you this school, in the way that it is proposed, is not even enough for what they are doing already. And so looking at that preferred schedule, and I don't know if that's a question for Deb, I don't know if she's still here, but you know, what would it look like if we did decide to bond just this one project and, you know, look at future ones and decide, because right now, I mean, we're looking at dragging this out almost 3 years, doing it in phases. I mean, are we going to really save that much money versus the hassle, I guess would be my question.
Well, Ms. Morrissey, maybe you can, because both Ms. Haynes and Mr. Colon were not here when we were talking about all this bonding stuff and ways of doing it. If we had all the money in the bank right now, it's not going to make this school happen any faster. I mean, the whole deal is it's going to be done in phases, correct? And you can't speed up the amount of time it takes for each phase. It is what it is. So the only thing that money in the bank would get you right now, perhaps, I'm not even sure if that would be true, it might be 4 months, maybe.
Well, it would be the schedule that's in front of you.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the ending time, and it looks like if you look at every phase, every amount of time is the same. 2 months, 2 months, 2 months, 2 months. The difference in where you gain some time appears to be renovating Building 11 in the new administration time. If you do it during the school year, they're projecting 3 to 6 months. But if you did that same work in the summer, they're saying it would take only 2 months. Now that's what it says on the slide. Now I don't know how accurate. That's a world of difference between 6 months and...
Now basically you're going to increase your construction period anywhere from 6 to 8, 9 months. And depending on when you start.
Well, anyway.
And this schedule is based on a schematic phase.
Right.
Okay, so again, I emphasize it a lot because a lot of the details come when we get into But certainly the different phases of construction, the way Mr. Lewis has outlined them, are reasonable.
Right, and I just want to say on behalf of Mrs. Johnson, who sat in your seat and was very concerned about this school, and who voted not to bond, because the question was asked, if we bond or if we do not bond, is it going to affect the schedule of Deltona Middle School? I remember that question being asked, and you said it
yes.
would not.
No, I said yes.
Well, I think we'll have to go back in the minutes
Because we
can
pushed
check
the
it.
funding back.
So I don't want to get argumentative here, but I just think that to be fair to these two people who were not here, the whole topic of bonding is probably not germane to right now. I think what you should be doing right now, and we can bring it up at another meeting if you would like, because we're not going to vote on anything right now. But I'm talking about regarding this schedule and phasing and input from the board that you want. Is that what you want from us, or is this just an FYI?
I want approval of these plans.
Okay, you want an approval of one or the other?
No, just the plan.
Yeah,
Phase one plan.
Just the schematic.
Just the
plan.
schematic, because it does. Obviously, no matter which one it is, it's a long way off.
Right. I think, Mr. Persis, I think your point was a good one. What we are asking for is approval of the schematic plan. That's all we're asking for today. It lets us keep moving forward. We have to move forward no matter what.
Right.
Once we start getting into capital budget, your budget workshops and whatnot, that is when, we could come back and take a look at the question that Mr. Colon is raising.
Absolutely.
And we can show different scenarios for projects.
Sure.
This one, of course, and that's, I think, when we would do that, and we can definitely do that, knowing that that's a question that you have.
Great. Thank you. Again, go ahead, Mr. Colon.
And so there are two proposed schedules here. One is obviously extremely disruptive, and the other one, which is proposing an earlier start but depends on funding. And so while I would argue that this is not a part of the conversation right now, and the idea is to go ahead and continue the work that needs to be done for this project, we're going to have to look at that, because based on the funding and what was approved back then, and with all due respect, again, we were talking about $150 million then. And so we're no longer, if we were to isolate it to the project at hand, we would no longer be talking about $150 million. We may be talking about 50. And so if you add, 12 months, 8 months of construction plus this current schedule based on funding and the disruption that it presents, it's something I think we should definitely consider.
Yeah.
Because this is extremely disruptive, and I would hate to be Mr. Inge to try to make these moves in the middle of the school year or your staff. That was all.
Thank you, Mr. Colon. Good point. Yes, Ms. Cuthbert.
Gentlemen, it's good to see you again. It's been a while since I was on the selection committee that got you on board. So thank you for all the work you've put into this. And it's nice to see this come to fruition. I do have just one curiosity. In all the selection committees and looking at designs of a lot of architects, I noticed the media center is on the second floor and it's in the back. Do you have any idea where, when parents come on campus, SAC committee, PTA, where they will go to meet? Because I see the parking is off to the left side, and access will be through the cafeteria, I suppose, or up front with the administration building. But with the media center all the way in the back, is there an alternative meeting area for parents when they come on campus?
Well, the access, of course, the controlled access through admin. Unless there's an event going on, a major event, then it can be accessed directly. The cafeteria can be accessed directly. There are conferencing facilities in the admin that are available for smaller meetings. The media center within the school is something we've done in the past. It integrates better in the sense of how it works for the students on a day-to-day basis. And yes, then parents would be allowed to go to that space after hours or whenever, or the PTA or for other functions. So the way it's designed at the moment, that's actually an open walkway. That's exterior of the campus in general.
Oh, okay.
Gated, you have to be allowed in, but it's under a large canopy that takes you to that position. The parking is in front and to the left in the diagrams because the existing position of the existing building and the construction of the new one doesn't allow us to get any closer in that sense. We were looking at where the larger groups will meet when big meetings happen, and we chose the cafeteria in this instance. We've tried different arrangements, but in this case, having the cafeteria with the performing arts activities that are happening at school, and having the music and performing arts functions closer to that cafeteria seemed more of an imperative in this case. We've seen it where folks are led to that media center when necessary in other schools, so we kind of weighed that as a plus, having the cafeteria as an event space closer to the front in this case.
And I'm sure Mr. Inge has had input, knowing the number of parents who show up to your SAC meetings and PTA meetings,
Yes,
that you have an idea of where.
Yes, I was at all the 10 or 12 meetings. We talked about all the different scenarios. I'm very comfortable with, when you look at the schematic ideas of what they have and where the meeting places are at for my small groups, for my larger groups. I'm very comfortable in that anything that I do during the school day with parents will be in a safe, orderly, purposeful way. And then any meetings we hold at nighttime will be even more purposeful and manageable for us, because the way this design is set up, I won't have people walking around all over the place. We'll have them questioned in a certain location. So I'm very comfortable with it.
Okay.
And one of the other things that we debated about, which drove the cafeteria being in the front versus we had a scenario where the gym was, is hurricane sheltering. And you know, when that happens, and wanting to not have people all through the rest of the campus.
Yeah, because that's been always the discussion with the 2 elementary schools that we've already gone through. And this would be the way it's set up. You think it's okay for guardian or an SRD to patrol and keep an eye on students?
Well, I appreciate the question. Being a school principal is almost like being an expectant bride. I don't think a bride-to-be is ever going to feel like the wedding and reception is going to be big enough. And I don't think a principal you ever find, Mr. Persis included when he was in the seat, will ever feel like what they have is everything that they need. When I look at the supervision on this new campus and look at this thing, I look at my current staffing, what the district gives me, for campus advisors, administrators, when we're all there, when none of us are off campus. And we've already started talking about how we're going to be where we're going to be, how we're going to adjust whenever somebody's off campus, or many times there's 2 or 3 of us off campus, how we're going to be able to do that. I like the way that in this design there's offices spread out through to the entire campus. So in that building 11 we're talking about, that would be my office. And we're talking about inconveniencing me. It's not me, it's my registrar, it's my bookkeeper, it's my data clerk, it's those people who are doing all the work during the summer. I'm moving furniture, I'm painting walls, I'm trying to hire people, I'm working on master schedule. I can do that in my car if I have to, or go to Discovery Elementary or Enterprise Elementary. These folks need immediate access to moms and dads. If we go into the current schedule, that's going to be a challenge, because how do I get people back to, how do I get moms and dads come into our county, to our school for the first time to register their child in a high-performing middle school? How do I get them immediate access to the people they need to get to? And so it's gonna be a challenge. It's doable, because I have all the confidence in the world with the staff I have with me now, and with the support of the district staff. There's nothing that we can't do that's not manageable. I mean, we'll be a model for everybody else. However, I do have concern with trying to move into a school in November, December, and January, because when we got to the school 5 years ago, it wasn't performing as high as anyone would like for it to be. I never like to call any school a failing school, but I do feel that everybody who works at those schools has the right intent and they want to do better. We have since taken a school that had close to 920 kids. We're now at 1,180. Our roll 220 kids in my band, and that's what you're talking about. We had to have our performance at University High School, and we probably broke fire code because we had every seat taken and 150 people around the edges. Chorus, same thing. My orchestra is larger, my beginning orchestra is larger than the beginning orchestras for Deltona High, University High, and Galaxy combined. We are providing programs at our school that charter schools are trying to provide. And we're just a public school. And we have visitors from administrators around the state when they come to my very high poverty, high Hispanic, high ESE, high mobility school in a 50-year facility. They ask, how are you doing it? And it's just about having the right team in place. So I'm not as worried about how we're going to manage visitors, how we're going to supervise the students during the school day, because I know I've got smart people around me with great ideas. It's, for me in this situation, the thing that concerns me is my expectation for student learning is not going to change. Your expectation for what you expect my school to do is not going to change. Me bragging about being one of the highest performing middle schools in Volusia County is something I don't want to change. Moving in mid-year is going to be a challenge because we still have to stay focused on learning, not on moving. So, you know, I know that the board will make the right decision in this regard, and I look forward to answering any questions you might have in your business. I know some of you already visited me. Come out and get a good feel for the facility because it's a challenging facility. I do like the fact that this new facility will be off the road. We're on a very busy road, and for safety reasons, that's a bonus for us. And so I'm very optimistic on what we're going to accomplish because we've had a lot of input from a lot of stakeholders over the last year. So very optimistic.
Well, if you're happy, I'm happy. And Mr. Chairman, I do concur with Mr. Colon. The preferred schedule is much more important. It does wrap itself around beginning the start date. I think it would be easier for the construction company, management company to make sure that students are safer as they are building. We have to think, I do agree, we have to think of the learning that's going on at the same time. So we do have to have a discussion about the money.
Thank you. Yes, and we will. But this evening, we're just here to approve the schematic. Is that correct? Just the schematic, not the start date, just the schematic. And by the way, it was so great to hear you talk about your school. Your passion and your pride and everything that you do out there is amazing.
It's always a challenge to go to a school that is not doing as well as people would like to do. And whenever you're able to go to a school and hire the right people, the kids were the kids. Yeah. You hire the right people and you let them do great things, you support them and those kind of things, and miracles start happening. It's one of the most gratifying things that we do as administrators to watch people take pride in where they work and what they do. And we are a destination school. Kids want to come there now, people want to work there now. And that's really about Volusia County.
I get it. You're welcome. And any other comments about anything? So, Mr. Superintendent, do you have a recommendation?
I do.
Go ahead.
The superintendent, excuse me, recommends the approval of the schematic Phase 1 plans in the program for Deltona Middle.
You've heard the superintendent's recommendation. Do we have a motion, Mr. Colon?
I will gladly make the motion that we accept the recommendation of the superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Colon. And a second.
And I gladly second the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert, for gladly seconding that. Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. The ayes have it unanimously. Go forward with your schematic.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Phase 1. We are now on item 18.02, an annual update to the equity plan. Here come the equity twins.
More.
Oh, there's more. 3, 4. All right. You all would be so kind as to introduce yourselves and pull the microphones up close and give us your names and your titles before you speak.
Members and Superintendent Russell. My name is Anne Marie Wren, and I am the Equity and Compliance Officer. With me today is Heidi Coaches, who is our Coordinator of Teacher Recruitment, Dr. Amy Hall, who is our Coordinator of Student and Government Relations, and Jose Rivera, who is one of our minority specialists. Achievement specialist, sorry.
He helps with recruitment too.
Yes.
Is this a 5 or a 10-minute presentation? I'm trying to get it in my calendar.
Probably a 10.
Oh, okay, good.
There, they gave me the mouse back. Thank you. Oops. Oops. Oh, sorry, I'm going the wrong way. Okay. Yeah, I got it. Okay, I got it. So each year, the district is required by Florida statute to submit an update to the district's equity plan. The plan evaluates and reports on 7 different areas. The first, procedural requirements, includes any changes to civil rights policies and procedures. The next, incomplete or pending action items, addresses any action items from the previous year's equity plan. The next 3 areas, student participation in advanced courses, gender equity in athletics, and employment equity, we will discuss in greater detail in this presentation. The update also evaluates the district's single-sex classes and schools, which would be Woodward Avenue Elementary, as well as our teen parent program. So the district has identified 3 key action items or focus areas, which we will be discussing during this presentation. Let me move that. The first is to increase minority enrollment in advanced courses, especially for our Black students. The second is to increase female participation in high school sports. And the third is to focus on minority recruitment strategies. So our first focus area is gender equity in athletics. And this is each year the district conducts a self-review of our athletic programs and each high school's compliance with the provisions of Title IX. The review includes a total of 9 components. For the 2017-18 school year, Mainland and Spruce Creek High Schools were in compliance with all 9 components. The remainder of our high schools were in compliance with components 2 through 9, but fell short on component number 1. Component number 1 states that a school's percentage of females participating in sports should be equal to or greater than the school's female enrollment. So any high school deemed out of compliance with any of the 9 components must complete a corrective action plan, and those are found in the appendix of the report. I do want to mention here that high school cheer and competitive cheer, again, are not considered sports by the Department of Education. And also that last year we added cross country at all of our middle schools, all 13 of our middle schools, and we had approximately 250 girls participate. So our hopes are that those student athletes will continue to participate in cross country at the high school level, and they'll be included in those numbers for the future. Our second focus area is employment equity and minority recruitment. Yeah. The data shown here is taken from the 2017-18 Fall Staff Survey, which is pulled around September of 2017. So this data is already outdated, if you will. I also want to mention that the data is self-reported by the employee. A lot of our employees choose not to report or identify, and they have the right to do that. So when looking at the data, when we look at district level administrators, we had 71 for the 2017-18 school year when this data was pulled, which was September of 2017. Of those, 13% were black, 13% were black, 7% were Hispanic, 79% were white, and 1% were considered other. And that other category is other races. It's also mixed races. So if somebody checks off more than one category, they would fall into other. When looking at principals, we had 79 principals. Of those, 19% were black, 6% were Hispanic, 72% were white, and 3% were other. Assistant principals, we had 115 when the data was pulled. 27% were black, 5% were Hispanic, 66% were white, and 2% were other. In looking at teachers, we had 4,002 teachers the day that this data was pulled. 9% were Black, 7% were Hispanic, 82% were white, and 2% were other. And then the final category, guidance counselors, we had 135 when the data was pulled. 16% were Black, 7% were Hispanic, 73% were white, and 3% were in that other category. And now I'd like to turn it over to Heidi, who's going to talk about our district minority recruitment efforts.
Good afternoon, Chairman Persis, members of the board, and Superintendent Russell. Can you just stay on that chart for 1 second?
Oh,
Something I noticed when we were going over the data, and I don't know if this will have any bearing at changes or percentage or anything, even if we did have it aligned, but we pulled the staff survey in early fall, which would be September, October, and then we didn't pull the student data until February of the following year. And this was the year of Hurricane Maria. And we did have a lot of students coming from Puerto Rico, but we also had a lot of teachers coming from Puerto Rico, but they didn't come until the end of December or January. So I'm not sure if that data would change or not in there because of the percentages and numbers and self-reporting, as we said. But I thought it was worth noting. I think it's kind of odd they're pulling it at 2 different times of the year. But I'm going to, while there's always room for improvement and children need to see themselves in their teachers, I am going to talk about the events, recruitment events, and all the things that are working for us right now that we've seen great gains in, and then we'll talk about our challenges as well. All right, ready? So we want to continue making connections with our historically Black colleges and universities, as well as our Hispanic serving institutions. So we attend job fairs and recruitment events, and we do activities all year long. We participate with Deltona State, Bethune-Cookman University, Flagler College, UCF, Stetson, FAMU, the Great Florida Teach-In. We go as far as Pennsylvania, where they recruit from about 4 or 5 different local colleges with education majors. We advertise on Ed Weekly, Top Jobs online portal, which casts its net wide and far. We currently have 57 active Handshake accounts. Handshake is very new to us, and we're learning about it every day. Handshake is like an online career center where back in the day when we were in college, we would go into the career center and look at posters and look at employers. Now it's all online. We're posting our flyers, our websites, that sort of thing, and students are also able to see everything about us and upload their resumes, and we can kind of connect that way. Very different, very current, and we're trying to stay in front of that train. We have 57 active Handshake accounts, and 16 of those are from HBCUs and Hispanic serving institutions. So it's relatively new, and we're learning about it. I have an email blast that goes out to 120 colleges and university contacts with our job fair and job opportunity information. We coordinate a very large Florida Future Educators of America district conference, and we have chapters across the district. We have a minority stakeholders roundtable recruitment team that meets twice a year, as long as there's not a hurricane that interferes with our meetings. We do a lot of tweeting and put our flyers out on Facebook. We use the Volusia webpage. We do media releases. Our job fairs now include a QR code, which is something that our new young candidates can bring up on their phone to register for our job fair. Very cool. Again, our candidates are maybe 21 years old leaving college, and so that's where they are on their phone. They bring it up with a QR code, they fill it out, it comes miraculously to me through some system into an Excel sheet, and it's a lovely system. I've really never seen anything like it, and I'm really excited that we're doing that now. We attend the Florida Fund for Minority Teacher. That's a statewide event. Last year we issued 8 LOIs. Those are letter of intents. That's a pre-contract telling the candidate we have a job for you for the upcoming school year, and we successfully hired 4. And you may think, well, we didn't get all 8. Well, it would not be uncommon for candidates to walk around with 4 or 5 LOIs in their pocket on the day of an event like this. So we were lucky we hired the 4 that we have. Virtual job fairs, new, something very new for our candidates, and a little different, and we're learning, but you're chatting online with candidates. We had a job fair recently with FIU, UCF, and USF all combined. We also had a State University of New York virtual job fair, and our most successful job fair so far has been with Top Jobs virtual career fair online. They target education majors, and that's an easy sell for us because they already know about education, they already know about the certification process. It's just a matter of highlighting the beautiful attributes of Volusia, our amazing teachers, our schools, and everything like that, and we can get them on board. Virtual interviews for our out-of-state candidates. We started this a few years ago. It was slow going at first. We offer Google Hangout virtual interviews to our out-of-area candidates. It provides a private YouTube link. We put the link on their application system. I send it out with our LOI list. Principals can view the YouTube of them doing interview questions. Some of our candidates are extremely creative. They show their classrooms. They have these wonderful sticks that they put their phone up on, and they talk to the video. It's amazing. We had 10 virtual YouTube links last year, and we hired 7 just by sending their links out. So it's becoming more and more successful the better we get at it. And it's a viable solution for candidates who want to relocate to Florida but perhaps are working or still in school and who might not be able to meet in person. So we want to continue that effort. We issue LOIs and school-specific LOIs to critical shortage areas. That would be exceptional student education, all of our sciences, biology, chemistry, physics, and earth space, math, tech ed, English, pre-K primary, and elementary ed. Those are our critical shortage areas for Volusia, as well as I'm sure there's a national shortage for ESE. LOIs work well with the right degree major and certification candidates interested in Florida. When we give them that LOI, we stay in contact with them. We're constantly recruiting them. We're sending that list out to our principals. They're recruiting them. We've got their preferred area of the district on it. That's part of the retention. We want to keep them here, get them close to home. Proximity is important. And it works. Our LOIs are working. Early job fairs. We host our own Volusia job fairs here now, and it's all year long. There was a time when recruitment was maybe March to June, but now we are holding job fairs all year long. November job fair is specifically targeting our current interns who are with us. We bring them to a job fair. They meet with our principals who may have openings. We give them 4 round-robin type interviews. They may earn a letter of intent. We issued 23 in November. We have already got a request to hire in for 17 of those. So that's December graduates working in January. That's a pretty good deal if we continue that effort and we target and we make those relationships work for us. We also hold small mini job fairs in March and December. We're hopeful to meet with junior level education majors. You might ask why junior level. Some of our colleges and universities have a lot of out-of-state students. And so if they're here and we can target them during their junior year and give them an LOI and let them meet our principals and we can stay in contact with them throughout that year that they're here, we have a better chance of keeping them here and staying here. If we wait until April before they graduate in May and they have to get out of their dorms and find a place to live, we lose them because they're going to go back home. So we're doing everything we can to get in early and remain those relationships with them, and it's working. April job fair for upcoming school year. We are now hosting our large hiring job fair in April. We're trying to be competitive with other districts, and it's working so far, except Seminole County's always waiting for me to put mine out there, and they want to cut us off every year. Every year they try it, but we are going to stay steady with April. It works for us. Our allocations are out for the principals. They know what to expect the next school year, and it gives us a jump on hiring. Teachers want to know what they're going to teach the next year, and if we can tell them in April, they can plan all summer, and that's recruitment. I mean, they really need to know that. They're energetic. They want to know where they are. We are also attending career fairs and targeting non-education majors. We're finding ourselves at more and more career fairs, talking to non-education majors, and discussing the certification eligibility. Florida DOE rules what we can put in the classroom. Their certification guidelines are what we can hire. So we are always discussing the certification process, the alternate pathways, what it takes. We're hopeful when we go to our career fairs that we find math, biology, physics, English majors who have that easy access to certification, the temporary certification. But we will work with any candidate candidates interested. Even those who aren't eligible on their degree major, I will talk them through the process of state testing. We will talk about that. And above all, we are staying positive, and we are continuing to shine a positive light on Volusia, and we keep putting one foot in front of the other, and we will try new and creative opportunities as they become available. It's the beauty of recruitment. We can try new things. And next. It's a lot of information for you guys today, isn't it? That's a lot to take in. So we have some challenges, and these are challenges that not only Volusia's seen. I talked to other recruiters. I met with Brevard's recruiter recently. She came up and made an appointment to see me to see how we were doing and what we were doing. So I know there are a lot of articles and news-related information claiming teacher shortage, and we do feel those effects here in Volusia. However, I want to say this. I feel like there are several eligible teachers out there interested in Volusia, and they're ready to hire. And they've completed our application system. The real difficulty is the area of certification. If they don't hold what we need, we cannot hire them. That's the difficulty. We don't put art teachers in an English setting. It just doesn't work. We do have an opportunity in some fields to hire out of field, but it still requires the candidate to take the subject area test while they're working out of field. And that test can be upwards to $200, $250. So to recruit someone and say, we may have a job for you if you're willing to take this test, I can recruit them, I can highlight the attributes of our beautiful place to live, and this is a great place to work, and I can talk about it all day long. Taking that test and spending that money to come here is difficult for candidates. So that remains one of our challenges. Critical shortage areas, again, it's finding the candidates with these certifications: exceptional student education, tech ed, any of the sciences, math, English, elementary ed, and pre-K primary. The general knowledge exam and the subject area exam testing rigor continues to be an issue. The first-time passing rates on the general knowledge and even the first-time passing rates on the subject area exams remain very low. I think recently there was a report out of West Palm Beach on the TV that was claiming that minorities were failing the subject area and the general knowledge test at double the rate. I cannot vet that information, but I will tell you, when I asked for some first-time passing rates from Florida DOE recently, I called. We emailed back and forth 2 or 3 weeks. I finally asked about the article. They said they do get public records requests all the time. He would not confirm anything. But I do think we see some of those same effects here. And when I say very low, the general knowledge passing rate very low, if you go out to Florida DOE right now and you look up their technical paper, the last page of their most recent technical paper is not there. The last page is what includes the first-time passing rate for passing all 4 sections of the general knowledge in one sitting. And I finally got that information from them after calling and sending pictures and all kinds of things over our holiday break. 36% is what they gave me. Now, that's the first-time passing rate of all 4 sections. That's not, they passed essay, math, reading, and there's another one, math, reading, English, and essay, passing all 4 in one sitting, paying $130 to pass it. So when you have these candidates out there and they break down the subtests for passing rate, it looks like 51%, 67%, 71% in each area. But you have to remember, those candidates have to go back in and take that test each time and pay for it each time. So if they do it by subtest, that's a $600 test for general knowledge. That's an issue. So I want to be very clear. The passing rate last year, I think, was 34%, and the year before that was 32% for passing all 4 sections in one sitting. It remains about that for the elementary ed. The elementary ed, again, has the 4 sections. When they just take the 1 section at a time, you'll see a higher passing rate. But the expectation is they can take the full battery for the one fee of $220 and pass all 4 sections. That's the expectation. If they have to break it down and take the subtest, you're looking at $880 to take an elementary ed exam. So it remains very low as well. And I do have those numbers. I did get them from the state. It's difficult, and we are keeping in touch with our certification, our candidates that we're letting go for certification. But when we say certification, they could be let go for general knowledge, for subject area, They could be let go because of the professional exam. They could be let go because they didn't complete their coursework on a temporary certificate, or they could be let go because they didn't complete their professional competencies in the new teacher program. So there are several reasons when we say someone is let go for certification reasons. So I don't want to muddle it. General knowledge, subject area, professional exam, those are all separate entities, and it could be any one of those. Again, the difficulty remains matching the current need with the candidates who have the necessary Florida certification. It is, above all, our biggest challenge. I have French teachers and Spanish teachers and drama teachers and business ed teachers and PE teachers and music teachers. They're there. They're interested. They love Volusia. They want to be here. We have interns with that certification. That doesn't fit our critical shortage areas. The alternate routes to certification, again, can be very expensive. As I said before, our recruitment teams remain positive, and there's always room for improvement in all that we do. But we're going to continue to highlight Volusia's amazing schools, their teachers, as well as our district's beautiful attributes. We know that quality candidates are doing their research. When it comes to choosing a place to work and live, candidates can easily search our landscape through our webpage, the internet, social media. The beauty of recruitment is that we can be creative and try different avenues to attract candidates, while acknowledging, again, there's always room for improvement. We're going to keep putting our best foot forward. This is a great place to live and work. We just have to get that message out. All right. Hand it over.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Good evening. I'm Amy Hall. I'm your coordinator for Student Government Relations, and I have the pleasure of reviewing some of our Level 3 enrollment data. Let me just give you a brief definition of Level 3 courses. Those are courses that a student would take that are either in the honors, AP, which is advanced placement, dual enrollment, or the International Baccalaureate or IB program, or ACE, the ACE Cambridge program. So that would qualify and be considered a Level 3 enrollment course. There are some Level 3 enrollments in CTE as well, but today specifically we are talking about AP, IB, ACE, dual enrollment, and honors. You'll see here that we have broken down by demographics over the last 5 years, and you'll see some increases. And although we agree that there's still room for improvement, we are also pleased with the progress that we are making, although small. Our white students went from 70% to 72% over the last 4 school years, making a 2% increase. Our black students went from 50% to 56%, a 6% increase. Our Hispanic students went from 55% to 57%, a 2% increase. We broke it down a little bit further into our white males. They went from 68% to 69%, only a 1% increase. Our black males from 45% to 49%, a 4% increase. And our Hispanic males from 53 to 54, a 1% increase. Last year, we started tracking our ELL students, and we saw an increase from 2016-17 school year to that 2017-18 school year, and that was a 5% increase. I do want to make mention that this is a snapshot in time, so this data is taken on a specific day. If students are enrolled in an honors class second semester or an AP class second semester and they were not in that first semester, you're not going to see them in this numbers. Same thing with dual enrollment. So it's not always as accurate as we would like to see. It is that brief snapshot in time. Looking specifically just at our AP, IB, and ACE enrollment, so taking out the honors and the dual enrollment, we're just looking at AP, IB, and ACE. Please remember that ACE is a new program to Volusia County Schools. We started that about 2 years ago, and we're continuing to roll that out. And you remember we're vying for some of the same students here. So our white students made an increase, a small increase from 21% to 22%. Our black students actually went down by 1%. Our Hispanic students stayed neutral. Our white males went up 2%, and our black males went down by 1%, as did our Hispanic males. Our ELL students remain neutral. We started to look at this data and really try to dive into where are we going right, where are we going wrong. So if you'll remember the first slide that I showed you, it looked like our Level 3 enrollments are going up. So what I would be able to pull from this is that could be because of our honors enrollment and our dual enrollment overall numbers, which Mr. Rivera is going to go through in just a moment. This is good data for us to have, and it's important for us to capture and have a good understanding of where we're going right, where we're going wrong, and what we can do to increase our numbers with our students. One of the things we continue to struggle with is that snapshot in time and not having an accurate picture of really the number of students that are enrolled in Level 3 courses across the entire school year.
I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Rivera, who's going to talk a little bit about dual enrollment.
Good evening. Is this on?
Yeah.
All right. Chairman Persis, school board members, and Mr. Russell. So my name is Jose Rivera. I'm one of the Minority Achievement Specialists. I get to talk to you about dual enrollment and some of the things that we've done to improve our numbers in the level 3 courses and things like that. When we look at the dual enrollment courses you're looking at, you can see that there's been a steady increase, in the last, 5 years or so in our numbers. I think, last year we had about 1,200, almost 1,300 students in the dual enrollment program. That jumped to, in 2017, sorry, that jumped to about 1,600 last year. That's part of the efforts that we've put in, from our superintendent, putting in the units within our schools to offer on-campus dual enrollment and make that accessible to a lot of more students. Transportation tends to be a limiting factor for a lot of our families and a lot of our students. So having those courses on campus has helped increase our numbers. So you can see that, with our black males or our Hispanic males, we're making progress. The percentages are not going up, but your numbers really have gone up. So that's kind of like we're working on that balancing and closing those gaps. Dr. Hall mentioned, when the state draws the information, they do it in a specific time during the year. With dual enrollment, the one problem you have is a lot of our students are not yet signed up for the spring semester. So we lose out on that perspective, right? And we lose out on those numbers. So the following screenshot or the following slide kind of adds those numbers, and it will show you what those numbers would be if the numbers were taken at the end of the year. And as you can see with those, we actually, if we were to look at those numbers, we've hit our mark with our 2% increase that we were looking from one year to another. Our black students would have gone from 3% to 5%, our Hispanics from 5 to 7% overall, and kind of the same concept with our black males and our black Hispanics. Our males and both minority subgroups are still our priority, are still the areas that we got to keep pushing our students. But in the whole scenario, when you look at the level 3 courses, dual enrollment tends to be the Paul to Peter, right? So we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. A lot of the students kind of choose. They either choose to go to dual enrollment or they choose to go into AP. Some of them do a mix, but you see that where sometimes you'll see an increase in one, the other one takes a dip, and vice versa, just the nature of it. Some of the things that we've worked on, we continue to offer the SLS courses on our campuses. We're trying to expand our offerings. This year with DSE, they're going through their certification and audits and things like that. So we've been kind of maintaining our numbers, but we're looking to continue to expand the offerings and modify those offerings so they can best fit the course offerings in our high schools. We continue to work with Embry-Riddle. We still have a partnership there, looking at the ATC and the different AS kind of programs that they offer, and encouraging our students to participate in those vocational type programs. Testing, we continue to push that and test our students so they have the minimum requirements for that and prep them if they fall below what they're required to take. Collegiate high school is something you'll see there. That's an option that students can kind of pretty much be on DSE's campus. It's not as common because kids want to be at their high schools. They don't necessarily, are quite ready to be completely over, and it's very specific, very structured program. So it hasn't taken off really the way that probably the state kind of envisioned that to do. So we continue to target our students. We offer, we provide our schools with lists of students who meet different criteria and meet the criteria as far as for dual enrollment for GPA testing and things like that. So the counselors can call them down and have that conversation one-on-one with them about the opportunities that they have. Our Cambridge program is we're expanding that. So we currently have it in 3 schools, Deltona, Pine Ridge, and Seabreeze. Next year we begin adding New Smyrna and University. So that will be, our numbers should get better as the students move into, right now they're in the pre-A's kind of program, so that goes into your honors level kind of work. So as they progress through the program, then you'll see those numbers impact our AP, IB, and ACE numbers that Dr. Hall mentioned. The targeting recruitment, again, same concept. We try to identify students, especially minority students, for our schools to make sure that they are having those communications and those conversations. As far as AP, here's, again, it's one of those things. It's what are they choosing? But what we've done is we actually provide the schools with a report. The AP Potential gives you an idea of what kind of courses, AP courses, students are likely to be successful in. And what we do is we actually cross-reference that with the student's academic history. So we eliminate the courses that they already have taken and give them the idea of these are the courses that you could be successful in, but yet have not taken. So that way, again, we're not wasting time looking at courses that they already have taken and things like that. So we continue to talk to our principals in our monthly meetings about placement and the recruitment of those students into those academic programs, pushing and trying to close that gap for our district.
The process of identifying students to go into honors, advanced placement, IB, and ACE courses really starts very early on in the process. And originally, 2 years ago, when we looked at this process, we realized there was an issue at the middle school level. And when students were made recommendations from 5th to 6th grade. And so we did some tweaking of our 5th to 6th grade recommendation forms. And rather than looking at specific levels, a level 5 or a level 4 student would go on that path towards advanced courses, we started looking at skills and personality traits, works well with others, is inquisitive, likes to problem solve, and things like that, because those are the types of students that normally do very well in an advanced course. So we really started looking more at the student's characteristics because we felt like we could really build and mold that student from there. We've seen some success in that because once you put that student on a track at the middle school level, it's very hard to get off that track. And a lot of times they kind of remain on that track all the way through high school. So we're trying to stop that early on. But as we started to look even further into the data, we realized that the conversation about advanced coursework really needs to happen at the elementary level as well. And so we're really working with our school counselors and our administrators now, both at the elementary and middle school level, to help hone in on those skills that those students need to be successful. So that's been a continual change that we will continue to work through over the next year or so. To get students to enroll in level 3 courses, it's kind of a pronged approach. You need your parents, you need the buy-in from your parents, you need the buy-in from the student, you need the buy-in from teachers, and you need buy-in from administrative staff and district. I believe that we have several pieces of that, but I don't think collectively we're all there. And that's where we have to continue to spread the news and to make sure that we educate our families and our students and our staff about what we're looking for and the importance of these level 3 enrollments. So my team, Jose and Nick Prince, who's not here with us today, they go to fact fairs, they are at the high school showcase, they're at parent meetings, they do parent workshops, they're in every single AVID classroom, just talking to the students about getting involved in an honors course, trying an AP course, trying an IB course, and what it could open, the doors that it could open for them. We still have a lot of students that are reluctant. We have a lot of families that are reluctant. So this is a job that we have to continuously do and continuously spread and preach that word. Not one time, not 5 times, but over and over and over again. And hopefully people will understand the importance and the value of those level 3 enrollments. What I will tell you is we've run into several issues along the way. Do I think these numbers are outstanding? No. I think there's room for improvement. I think we can all agree on that. I do think they are going in the right direction, and that's a positive. I think we run into a couple of hurdles. One of those hurdles is what I talked about, mindset. That is a difficult thing to shift for a lot of families, for a lot of students, for teachers, a lot of teachers. We've had teachers say, this is not the type of student I teach. I teach advanced kids. I teach kids with a level 5 or a level 4, not a 2 or a 3. And we're helping them to understand how do you teach students and meet them where they're at to raise them where they need to be. We're trying to change the mindset of our parents. We have a lot of parents that say, I just want my kid to get a high school diploma. That's all I care about. And having a high school student, I can resonate with that feeling too. But sometimes we have to help get them to understand the importance of rigor and the importance of helping to stretch our students. So we're working to change that mindset with families. Our biggest hurdle is the apathy of our students. Our students, unfortunately, there are some that just want to get by. They just want to graduate from high school, tell me what I need to do, and let me get this diploma and get out of here. They're not really thinking about the future. And that's not to say they're lazy or anything. That's just where they are developmentally. So we're trying to get them to see the big picture. We've made a drastic shift for this year. So you're hearing a lot of what we did last year, because this data is for the 2017-2018 school year. But for the 2018-2019 school year, we are making some changes. One of the first changes we're doing is we're presenting 2 workshops to families and to students, and we're splitting them up, and it's called Investing in Your Future. And we're targeting specifically our level 3 students, our level 2 students, our minority students, our AVID students, and we're talking to them about what does level 3 enrollment give, what does it offer for you? What does CT industry certification offer? Why do this? Because that's the question, why? Why do you want me to do this? So we're trying to answer the why for them, and then we're trying to show them the money. If you know a teenager, they will follow the money, and so we're trying to show them those aspects as well. We're partnering with businesses within the community because they are understanding the struggle that we're having. NASCAR, Aspire Health, all those are going to be partners with us in the Invest in Your Future workshops that are coming. The other thing we're doing is sometimes you need to hear it from somebody else. And my staff, myself, we've preached and preached and preached to families, but it sometimes falls on deaf ears, and I think they're like, oh, it's Amy Hall again, delete. So now we're partnering with Deltona State College, and Deltona State College, we're giving them students to identify, and they're reaching out to them to have conversations. They're offering workshops in the evenings for parents and students across the district, and it's going to be about dual enrollment and career pathways so that students will have a better understanding of the opportunities that are available to them. Perhaps hearing it from somebody else other than us, having that exclusive invitation will help spark and ignite a fire that we hope we can continue to spread. The other thing we want to make changes to this year is, if you'll notice, this data is district data. It's very broad. What it doesn't really drill down to is specific school data. We want to create a somewhat competitive environment. When we talk about graduation rates among our high schools, they're very competitive. They don't like to be behind anybody else. And that's good. Competition is good. So what we want to do this next year is really drill down for our schools specific level 3 enrollment for each school. I want a Mainland to be in competition with Atlantic. I want Atlantic to be in competition with New Smyrna, so they can continue to push each other. We work well under that. So that is going to be another strategy that we have. We've started initial conversations with the an AP Summer Bridge program. We've begun talking with Robert Milholland, who is our coordinator that oversees the AP programs, and looking and identifying students that could potentially do very well in an AP course, but don't have that skill set yet, don't know how to study, don't know how to keep themselves organized. So we would really identify those students and offer something during the summer to help get them ready for that AP, IB, ACE experience, and even dual enrollment. We currently, this year, we're excited, and we actually met yesterday with Mainland High School. They're piloting a program for us right now, and they have a partnership with the College Board. They have placed all of their 9th grade students in an AP course. The superintendent set a goal for our schools, and he said, I want our students to either graduate with a dual enrollment credit or at least an AP, IB, or an ACE course. And we have schools that are stepping up to that, and Mainland is one of them. Every single 9th grader is being placed into an AP course and being given the support to hopefully be successful in that course. This is out of the norm. It's not normally how we function and do business, and it's actually out of the norm for College Board, but they're willing to allow us a little bit of flexibility to see how successful that our students can be. Sometimes it goes back to mindset. When students feel like they have a possibility to be successful, they rise to the occasion. So we're hoping to see great things with that, with those students. Her plan is then their senior year, those same 9th grade students will be placed in an additional AP course. The hope is that after their 9th grade year, they'll feel that inside, like, I can do this. I got a B, I got an A, I got a C. It's okay. And they're going to want to do another AP course or honors course their sophomore year. And so we're igniting the fire, and hopefully we can continue to fan it and let it grow. We'd like to bring back to you some proposals that we brought back, that we brought to you about 2 years ago. Because as I said earlier, a lot of this work cannot be just at the high school level. It really has to start at the elementary level. We have been working from the high school level. We've pushed back into the middle school a little bit, but we really need to get to elementary. 2 years ago, we brought two programs, Forward Thinking and the Calculus Project. At the time, it was not the right time for you all, and the funding was not there. But this would be 2 projects we'd like to bring back for you to consider, and if the funding is there, be able to push forward with that. That is working at the elementary level with forward thinking and the middle school level for the calculus project. That would be targeting students and helping to get them into these advanced courses. What I do want to reiterate is the data that you saw here today doesn't include CTE courses. Not every single one of our students are going to go to an FSU or UF or UCF or we want to go to a 4-year college. They want to do industry certification. They want to go into air conditioning and they want to go into plumbing. And they have figured out they don't need IB or ACE to do that. They want to do their CTE classes. I don't want to fault those students or for them to ever think that that is less if you're not in a level 3 course. I want them to find their passion and for us to continue to grow that. That's what education is all about. I agree that we need to continue our work. We are going in the right direction. I wish it was larger gains, but we are going in the right direction.
Thank you, Dr. Hall.
So any questions?
And thank all of you for your comments and your presentations. Very well done. This is the time for questions from the board. Do we have any comments or questions from anyone? Mr. Colon?
No, they're extremely
Ms.
thorough.
Cuthbert.
Very thorough.
Sorry.
I have no questions. That was fantastic. Thank you.
So as it relates to recruitment, I looked at the strategy for last year that was presented to the board and the one for this year, and there really is no change. There's very few changes. It's almost like the presentation was copy and pasted. And so when you look at the percentage of Hispanic and African American and the little change that we've had, and if the plan continues to stay the same, then we're not going to have that outcome. Now, I did hear the report and read the report on the minorities that aren't passing the test. It's you know, and it's something that we brought up to Representative Santiago, which he was even unaware of. And so it's something we could definitely continue to do, but I'm concerned, and again, I looked at the recruitment information from last year and the one from this report that we're going to submit to DOE, and the strategy is the same. Now, I will say that when you started to speak of the student information and the things you guys are doing, that's encouraging, but it's not on this report. And so the same strategies that were said for last year's, and I've got them both on 2 different screens here, are exactly the same. And so if things that we put in writing are things that we're going to hold ourselves accountable to, and so that whole last piece you said just satisfied me as far as the students go, but it's not on this report, so it's not something we're going to hold ourselves to. So my question is, and job fairs are great, but it requires the person to come to you. Virtual fairs are great, but it requires the person to go to you. And so and I'm posing this in the form of a question. What can we do, and I don't need an answer today, what can we do to target certain minorities so that we can get closer to our student population? You know, the change from year to year wasn't there. Arguably, yes, we had a lot of teachers come, but we're still way off. And so I would entertain that just the same way you gave that last little piece about what you're doing for our students, despite it not being on the report, we really need to see what we're doing about recruitment, because what we did last year isn't working this year, or didn't work.
Right. Well, I think the bullets remain the same, but when I was reporting out, some of the new strategies we're using are updated, and we probably need to be more detailed on the recruitment slide so we can see the differences and changes and hold ourselves accountable. You're absolutely right. We need to be accountable for what we're doing, and there's always room for improvement. But we are trying some new strategies. We can go visit those colleges and universities that have a higher number of minorities there, as identified by HBCUs or Hispanic serving institutions, and we try to get there. The virtual fair included some of those because it's not always cost effective to drive there and not be able to get someone to relocate here. So I think for purposes of presenting, what you're asking for is you need those recruitment ideas, and then so we can see the difference in the change in what we're doing the next year. When we just left the same bullets there and I spoke out about it, we were trying to shorten our display because it's a lot of information, so that's why I have it all here. But anytime you have any solution, and as I said before, we can be creative to get there. We have meetings, but you are more than welcome to offer any solutions we have. It's very difficult out there to get people to relocate with that type of testing and that type of cost, and our teacher salary to match that when they do get here. You know, that's a difficult measure. So we do stick to our local colleges and universities because we have success, but we are trying to target some more innovative ideas so that those students are more aware that we're current and we're staying current. We've got our finger on the pulse. So I would agree with you that the bullets are the same, but what I said out loud was probably different because we're doing some different things. We'd have to go back and listen to the report, if that makes sense.
It does, and you know, I see the limitation in you know, not providing that level of detail to the state, because in the end, you know, you're held to that. But at the same time, I would like to see probably a more working document of what our efforts are, because putting, you know, we can only base our questions on the information that's provided in front of us. And so, like I said, looking at the two side to side, it's the same plan year after year, but the numbers didn't shift. So
yeah, we are continuing to increase our hiring, and our numbers keep going up for teachers hired, and we continue to stay the same. And with the difficulties we're having, I would say, wow, we're staying the same even though we have those difficulties. We can always do better. I absolutely agree. We have to be innovative, and we have to think outside the box sometimes, because these issues are difficult on everyone. One thing I didn't point out is our colleges and universities are also seeing a decline in the number of interns they have for the same reasons of the temporary certificate. In our state-approved ed prep programs, students have to pass the general knowledge their sophomore year before they can get into their ed prep program. So we're asking a 19-year-old to pass this general knowledge, and so it's deterring students from going into education. It's deterring them from getting into their internship if they can't pass the subject area test. So the feedback I'm getting from colleges and universities and professors, and we go and visit them and I sit on their roundtables and we talk about this, they're seeing less and less education majors, so they're finding alternate paths. But when they're not education majors and they're not doing interns, they're not on our radar. So that's where we have to get creative to find them on our radar, and maybe they want to come into education despite the rigor of these tests. They can't get around the test. They can go an alternate route and get a temporary certification, but the temporary certification is going to make them take the same test that they were asked to in the ed prep program. Does that make sense? So we are, anytime you have any kind of offering, I don't mind trying new stuff, and I don't mind skinning my knees and getting up and trying again. Not a problem.
Okay, we're going to have to move on. Any other questions from the board? Any other board members? All right, we thank you and just need a recommendation here. Did you have a question, Ms. Wright? I didn't.
Yes.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
I do. And so I'm
Ms.
not
Wright.
going to go long because actually I agree with Mr. Cologne. I say this every year. It doesn't appear that our plan really do change. And so I think putting it in writing, not necessarily for DOE, but for us is important, because my question is, when we were talking about recruiting African American, both males and Latino males, who does the recruiting as it relates to some of the IB programs, and who talked to the parents?
We have IB coordinators at each of our DeLand High School and at Spruce Creek, but we also rely on Mr. Rivera and Mr. Prince, who are out there talking with families and talking with students and doing regular presentations to families.
And so the IB person at both DeLand as well as Spruce Creek, are they minorities?
No, they are not.
Exactly.
They are not. We do rely on Mr. Prince quite a bit, and Mr. Rivera.
I understand, but the point I'm trying to make, and this is a question, I asked this question, how many Latinos or Hispanics and African American are actually teaching the courses you're asking the students to get into?
I could not give you that breakdown right now, okay.
I can tell you. It doesn't look like the kids you're going after. And I will say this till I get off this board. We, as an African American, we don't receive well when you think you're pushing us. We need to hear from African American to reaffirm us, to say, you know what, you got it. Let's do it. But hearing it from you is going in one ear because they really do think you're coming from an angle. So I would recommend that when you do want to really talk to these families, first take the teachers to encourage them. Because you said something that really struck me to the core, because normally students do think they don't never hear from their teachers. So if they never hear from the second grade teacher, the third grade teacher, the fourth, fifth, I don't care where, saying, yes, you can do this, let me push you, then no, they never think they can do it. And then to have somebody come back and say, oh, let's try it, that is non-African American or non-Hispanic, we don't receive that very well. And I'd just rather be honest to say, if that is your goal, you got to readdress your approach because your approach is wrong. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Any other comments, suggestions, questions? I don't see.
Well, you
Yes,
did say
Mr.
suggestions, so I'll put this out there. Could you imagine if we took our high school students and put them in educational academies, so you want to be a teacher, and where you're saying we've got 19-year-olds that are preparing for this test, which is after they've gone out of school. Could you imagine if they've spent 4 years preparing for this test in 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th, and so when they get out as undergrads, they're done? And then we can say, okay, come on back. Just a thought.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Growing our own.
Okay, I don't want to cut anyone off. Anybody else have a question, comment, suggestion? All right, Mr. Superintendent.
The superintendent recommends approval of the Volusia County School District's 2017-18 annual update to the Florida Educational Equity.
I will go ahead and make the motion to approve item 1802, the equity plan.
Thank you, Mr. Colon. Second? Do I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Wright. Any other discussion? You're teasing me here for a second. I'm making this drawn out. All right.
Actually, I do have one more point of discussion.
Stop. Cut off his microphone.
And it goes back to what Ms. Wright was saying when you all were walking up, and I don't think I've met you two. I don't know a lot of people yet, so I'll use that till I can't anymore. I thought, wow, these are the folks that are coming to do the equity report. And then Ms. Hall started to walk up, and I said, okay, we've added a little bit of adobo. And then and so going back to that point, you know, we do need to look at that representation. So that was it.
Thank you. You sure? Okay. All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Aye. The ayes have it unanimously. Thank you once again for your excellent presentation. And we're going to, we have deleted item 1803. We're going to move into 1804. We're going to take a 5-minute break, just a 5-minute break. Okay. We are back, and we have our last item for the evening, actually, or next to last, 1804. This is a final order denying petition for an administrative hearing, Maria Scott versus Volusia County School Board. Since this is one of those times when we move into a quasi-judicial situation, I'm going to, as we always do, turn it over to our attorney to preside and guide us through this process. Mr. Doran.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Especially for those board members who are newer to this process. As a general proposition, when you're sitting on the board voting, you're considering policy and you're in a legislative mode, that means that there are really no rules that apply in your analysis. When the board is in a position to preside over a particular issue or case, then there are rules that begin to apply. It's called a quasi-judicial proceeding. It's a little more formal. You may notice there's a court reporter here. This decision could be appealed to the 5th District Court of Appeals. The district is represented by counsel who sits out at the table, and the petitioner is here. I represent the board, and so there is no recommendation that comes from the superintendent in this process. He is advocating, so you're kind of the judge and jury on these issues and questions of law, which I will guide you on. And there's, the district, and then there's the petitioner who's on the opposite side of these issues to the degree there's any disagreement between the two parties. So I just give you that information so that you understand a little bit about the process of where we are. Now, there has been a petition filed, and there was a proposed final judgment that was issued by the district and was attached to is attached to your agenda. That proposed final judgment sets forth the district's position on the issues, and they're going to ultimately be asking you to side with them. There are essentially two broad questions here. One is a pure question of law, to which I will advise you what the law is and then ask you to follow my advice. The other one is a more fact-based with legal application. The factual question has to do with whether or not the board is going to accept the gentleman out here as a authorized representative in these proceedings, and counsel for the district will get into all of this and explain it to you. The legal question has to do with whether or not there is essentially standing, or whether the petitioner has the legal ability to proceed given the facts as they are going to be presented to you. So that's kind of an overview, Mr. Chairman. I would ask that maybe the district's counsel be asked to introduce himself and make his presentation, after which we would hear from the other side. I will point out this so that it's not overly disruptive when it arises. There was a filing that took place. A document was filed by the petitioner and the representative of the petitioner, and that document was emailed, according to my email, to me at 1:15 this afternoon. Of course, I didn't even know it was there until I just happened to be stumbling through my emails. So we're going to have to address whether that is going to be part of the record, and I'll guide you through that process.
All right. Counselor?
Yes.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Welcome, and for everybody on the dais, before you speak, if you would please state your first and last name and your title, so we'll have that for our records and people listening on the internet. Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
And Nathan Pollock on behalf of the school district.
Nathan Pollock.
You want everybody to go first? Or?
No, were you speaking first?
Perfect.
Yes,
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
And
Go ahead, Mr. Pollock, go ahead.
We are here on the school district's recommendation that you enter a final order denying the petition for the administrative hearing, and we do believe that this is an issue of law, and as a matter of law, there is no right to an administrative hearing for a substitute teacher who is challenging something related to her employment.
And Mr. Pollock, if I could just ask you to get one of these microphones and just kind of pull it toward you. Yeah, so the audience can hear you a little better. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And Mrs. Scott was a substitute teacher in the district, and she alleges on October 16th, 2018, she received a letter from the Professional Standards Office, and that letter had informed her that she had been removed from the Volusia County Schools list of approved substitutes. Following receiving that letter, she filed what is titled as a petition for a request for an administrative hearing. And what she requested in her petition in the final paragraph is a formal hearing and seeks an order finding that she violated no statute, rule, or agency order, did not engage in unprofessional behavior, and requiring the school board place her back on its list of approved substitute teachers and enjoining it from any further violations of her right. By virtue of being a substitute teacher, she is subject to the school board's policy, and the school board has a policy in effect that is policy number 407, and that is titled Employment of Substitute Teachers, and that policy identifies the rights of substitute teachers. And specifically, the first line of that policy talks about the superintendent of schools is authorized to retain substitute teachers, and the final sentence of that first paragraph is the most important one, and it talks about substitute teachers are employed at the will and discretion of the superintendent and do not have any expectation of continued employment. And that is the most important thing here in what we're talking about in a request for an administrative hearing, because in order to get an administrative hearing, you have to have some type of property or substantial interest. And by virtue of this policy, the school board has made it very clear that there is no entitlement to continued employment as a substitute teacher. The petition talks about federal and state constitutional rights to due process, and those rights don't kick in. So there is no federal due process right to employment. She would be a state employment, and so it looks at state law, and they haven't identified any type of state law that would give her a right to continued employment, and specifically we have the policy that says she has no such right. Absent having a right to continued employment, there are no procedural due process rights under the federal Constitution, and there is a case that a similar allegation was brought up, and this is a Hillsborough County School Board case. It's Washington versus School Board of Hillsborough County. It's 731 F Sup 2D 1309, and it was a Middle District of Florida 2010 case. In that case, it talked about the court finds that the defendant, in that case the school board, did not violate the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution in any of its employment actions against the plaintiff, because as an untenured day-to-day substitute teacher, plaintiff had no property interest in continued employment. And it's the same deal here. She has no interest in the continued employment, and thus there is no federal or state violation of the Constitution. They request the Administrative Procedures Act hearing, and again, she has no right to a property interest in employment, nor any substantial right and interest that would kick in the Administrative Procedures Act. They haven't identified any case that would give a substitute teacher a property interest or substantial interest to get a hearing. And I think sitting as a board, you probably have never heard a hearing of a substitute teacher for any type of continued employment. So that is where we get, and absent that right, as a matter of law, she would have no right to a hearing. I think there was something that was filed earlier today and before the last one Mr. Doran had talked about that was a response to this final order. And
actually, what we'll do, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Is that okay? I think what we'll do is let me talk to them about what they want, whether they want that part of the record, and then we'll hash out whether or not that's in consideration. But I also want you to cover the other issue,
Absolutely.
Which is the okay.
Yep. And so, as a matter of law, we believe there is no entitlement to a hearing. The other issue is Mr. Jessup has made a request to be identified by the school board as a qualified representative, and the statute in effect for that is an administrative law rule, and it's Rule 28106.106, and it talks about who may appear in an administrative hearing, and again, this would apply if there was a DOA hearing on it. And that regulation talks about the presiding officer shall make a determination of the qualifications of the representative in light of the nature of the proceedings and the applicable law. You should consider multiple things, and one of the things is the representative's knowledge regarding the factual and legal issues involved in this proceedings. As part of the petition, Mr. Jessup had submitted an affidavit that the board could consider in identifying the times that he has been a representative in various hearings. None of those hearings have anything to do with substitute teachers and the right to a DOA hearing or the application of the school board of Volusia County's policy with respect to substitute teachers and whether or not they would have any type of interest. So he hasn't identified any type of knowledge regarding the specific circumstances. Likewise, the other issue is federal or state constitutional law. He doesn't identify any type of knowledge or expertise in those type of constitutional issues that would make him a qualified representative. So the district's position is he is not a qualified representative for this matter.
Mr. Jessup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jamison Jessup. I have the privilege of being here today with my client, Maria Scott, who I represent as of this moment as a qualified representative of record pursuant to Florida Administrative Code Rule number 28-106.1-105, paragraph 4, which states that the person who files the initial pleading, which I did, is the qualified representative of record until such time as a determination is made pursuant to Florida Administrative Code 28-106.16. So I just want to make sure it's clear. It gets a little confusing as to why. How can you call himself the qualified representative of record? Because the rule states that the person that files it is that person. Let me address that issue first as to my qualifications to be a qualified representative. I did attach an affidavit that had an extensive number of cases that I have appeared before in administrative law cases as a qualified representative and recognized as such. In that list was a number of cases that involved employment law. Now, I will admit to you that predominantly what I appear in type of cases I appear in are exceptional student education cases. I'm an IEP advocate and I handle a lot of those things. So I've appeared in quite a few cases. Maybe you haven't seen me, but some of your district staff have seen me, and Mr. Russell has heard from me on those issues. I do have experience in employment law, and most notably, in 2014, I referenced this case on my affidavit, a list of cases that I attached to my affidavit, Lake County School Board versus John Ensemble, which is bill of case number 143251 TTS. That case was one that involved employment law related to school board employee, and by the way, we actually won that case, had to litigate it, do depositions, and go through quite a bit of experience. But what's important is that the administrative law judge in that case recognized me as the qualified representative, not just as the qualified representative record. He entered an order recognizing me as such. Then I'm moving on to a case with Seminole County School Board involving an employee who was custodian Gregory Pyatt in bill of case number 11455 TTS. Once again, this was a case that involved employment law dealing with school board, and I was also recognized by the administrative law judge in that case as being qualified as a qualified representative. There are 11 other cases that are listed on my attachment to my affidavit that involve employment law matters. Admittedly, some of those being about discrimination, in fact, the majority of those being about discrimination, employment law. I have appeared in cases involving the Florida Commission on Human Relations. But if you'd like me to mention what they are, I can do that for you. Perhaps I should just do that. Earlier I heard a guy Lev versus Cirque du Soleil. That was an interesting case, by the way. And Ivy Powell versus the Auto Club group. And so...
Okay. Let me just make sure for the record that we're clear on what you're doing. You said that you filed an affidavit, and I have it, Exhibit B here, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the cases that you just read are all in Exhibit B?
They are all attached. Let me look.
Are they?
They're attached. It's listed. There's a schedule of cases that I attach, and I don't have it right here in front of me.
Okay.
I believe that is Exhibit B. I'm just has a list of cases, and they're all listed in there.
Okay, because let's just deal with this procedural issue and get it off the table. So, at 1:15 today, I received in an email from you, and others received it as well, including Mr. Gonzalez, who's the senior partner of the district's law firm, a verified renewal of petitioner's request to recognize Jameson Jessup as qualified representative and supplemental information as to his qualifications. And I note that contained within that document, I think all the cases you just read were set forth. So the question for you first at the outset is, are you asking us for this document to be included as part of the record, the document that was just emailed to counsel for the district, the superintendent, myself, at 1:15? Are you asking that be part of the record?
I am, and I can explain why. I'm a little surprised that counsel for the district would oppose that, because I did have a conversation with Mr. Gonzalez, not this gentleman here. And during that conversation, he basically told me to see a reason to file a motion, any additional paperwork, because the issue was moot.
Okay.
He also, by the way, told me during that conversation that that we were not going to have an opportunity to even speak as I'm speaking right now. So Mr. Gonzalez probably wasn't very aware of what the procedure was going to be today.
Okay.
He misinformed me as such.
All right. That aside, which doesn't really address the issue, that last point I don't think has any relevance to what we're doing on this point. But let me ask counsel for the district, do you object to the verified renewal of petitioner's request to recognize Jameson Jessup as qualified representative and supplemental information to his qualifications becoming part of the record? And let me ask just that.
I haven't seen that verified renewal. I have the affidavit I have is the Exhibit B to the initial petition, which it does have a list of cases, but I don't know which ones are the ones that he read versus the ones he did not. Honestly, I was on the road at 12:30 today, so I did not receive any email at 1:30 or 1:15, whenever it came through.
So what you're saying, what I hear you saying is you've never seen that document.
I have not seen it, so I can't say that.
So the next question then I would have for you is, of course, that's kind of hard not having seen it, but accepting that there is a lot of additional information, including cases that Mr. Jessup has been involved in, is it your position that you're prejudiced by moving forward if we include this as part of the record?
I think there is prejudice there if we include it in part of the record, and I think it could have been included in the initial affidavit that was filed with this petition.
Okay.
To be a qualified representative.
My next question is for you, Mr. Jessup. Can you address the question of, now, the district has said that they object and that they are prejudiced. Can you address the question of, whether or not you believe they have been prejudiced, or why, if not, why not?
I don't believe that they've been prejudiced as much as this gentleman here was never on my list of people to send anything to, because he never made a notice of appearance. In fact, as of today, I haven't seen any notice of appearance for him, and I was advised by the school board that Mr. Gonzalez was the school district's attorney. So I didn't know to send it to him one way or the other.
I understand that, but even if Mr. Gonzalez were sitting here having received this at 1:15 and maybe not even read his email, can you address that point?
The issue becomes, in order to have an undue prejudice, you have to actually have a rule that states that I'm untimely, and I don't believe there is a rule that states that I'm untimely in filing such. But the more important matter is, am I qualified? And whether it be we introduce this as a record, or I have to verbally or tennis give the information, also, by the way, I have with me Attorney Herbert Zishkov III, who I was served as a paralegal. He has supervised me, or at least observed my work as a qualified representative, and he's prepared to testify as to my qualifications as they apply to being a qualified representative. So I really think, with all that said, if you find that he's prejudiced, then the issue is what's the remedy? And the remedy would be giving more time for him to be able to read over and we would not object to that if that's, but to just flat out disregard any information that we provide and rule would actually unduly prejudice my client's right to be represented by a qualified representative, which is, by the way, listed in Florida Statutes 120.62 or 9, I forget which paragraph 2 of Florida Statutes, and also as in 28-16.15 and 28.16.16 of the Florida Administrative Code.
Okay. So, well, I'm not saying I necessarily disagree with some of the points you're making, but the reality is that the board hasn't had this either. Did you bring any copies with you?
I did serve the clerk today.
Okay. And all this was done, during the course of this meeting, literally. I mean, we've been meeting, so that's the problem.
It did not happen during the course of the meeting. I gave that information before the meeting started.
Well, this meeting, yes.
Time,
yeah.
Well, and I certainly understand that y'all may have been doing other things today as I was as well. But I don't know that I'm unduly prejudicing you because you had other things that you did this morning, or that I'm unduly prejudicing him because he had to travel.
It's not about
right here in Volusia County to represent.
It's not about us. It's about him, the district.
Okay. So in the district, equally, this is not the first time this gentleman has and this is not the first time they've seen. And by the way, I did tell, and this probably speaks the best to the issue of whether or not the school district is prejudiced. I verbally told Mr. Gonzalez about my experience, and he told me that I had to confer with him regarding this motion.
Okay.
And when I did, he told me it was a moot issue because of the substantive issue that he didn't think was going to be even something that was even important.
Okay. He
didn't raise an issue at that time regarding that issue.
All right. Can you respond? Do you have any response to that?
I do not know the conversations that he had with Mr. Gonzalez, so I can't speak to that. I think the response is in just taking it in verbally, what he was saying, and the additional cases. I don't know if these are new cases or cases that could have been included in the initial affidavit, but I heard the Department of Corrections, I heard Farm Bureau, I heard a city, I heard Block Corp, I heard some Circus Olay and Auto Club. I didn't hear anything about the Volusia County School Board or the policy about substitute teachers or the substantive constitutional law issues that are at point here. And the point the district is making is he might be a qualified representative in IDEA or some other issue or employment law. Employment law is a very broad topic, and that doesn't make him a qualified representative for the specific issues that issue today, and that is the school district's position.
So if I may, please.
Sure, quickly, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. One of the issues that's very relevant to this.
You're focusing on the issue that we're discussing, right? I don't want you to go off that because the board's going to make it. Yeah, only on the lateness of the filing of the document. That's all we're focused on right now. Any other comment on that?
No, but can I continue my?
You absolutely can. It's not like you don't have. You did file an affidavit, so you have something. And I'm not sure that maybe this won't end up, but we got to ask the board now whether they want to include it as part of the record. Okay. So now the question for you all is, based on what you've heard, the general proposition of law here is that you cannot ambush one side or another with information. It's everybody needs to be well informed going into the process. Mr. Jessup has stated his reasoning, I guess, for filing this, whatever that was. But you've heard that there is an objection, and that the district's position is they are being prejudiced by the consideration of this information because they have not been able to prepare and respond to that particular information. If you're not, just to make sure we're really clear on this, Mr. Jessup did attach an affidavit which has information outlining what he considers to be the basis for his request to be considered, a representative. But he's at 115 added to that, and nobody had that. And so the question now is, does the board want to include that this most recent filing at 115 as part of the record, or is it the board's view that the district has been prejudiced based on the presentations that have been made and reject this as part of the record? And I need a motion and a second and a discussion if necessary and a vote.
All right, board members, you've heard the analysis presented by Mr. Doran and the question before you.
He can't hear you.
I'm sorry, board members, you heard the analysis provided by Mr. Doran and the question that is before us. So do I have a motion either way regarding this?
And so I'm going to make a motion that we reject this document on the basis that it sounds like there was a communication issue where there's a different attorney representing the district who, if this information had been sent to the appropriate
I tell you, Mr. Colon,
one,
if you just make the a motion.
So I'll make a motion that we reject it with
and then let's see if
providing an extension.
Okay, providing an extension. Wait, I want to make sure I understand that second part.
In other words, that we not accept this document in giving the district enough time to not be prejudiced and have the opportunity to study it.
Okay. So I'm hearing that as a motion to continue the entire proceeding.
To continue, yeah. That's basically what you're saying.
There was a reference to that, although maybe not a formal request, but there was a reference to that.
May I be heard on the suggestion that
just on that issue?
Yes.
Okay, sure.
You don't have to recognize me today as a qualified representative in order for you to continue to do business, because according to 28-106.105, paragraph 4, I am the qualified representative of record. And we can continue with your business today, the substantive issue. And then you could reserve the right to recognize me, give them extra time to consider my qualifications to actually officially recognize me. So you don't have to take any action to recognize me today.
Well, I don't know that that's true. We can't let you sit there and act as a qualified representative if it's our view that you're not qualified, because that's the unauthorized practice of law.
Well, nobody's made that viewpoint yet.
Well, I understand, but that's the very question that we're trying to get to, is whether or not we view you as qualified. To do that, we have to figure out what information we're going to rely on. You filed something at 115. The only question before us right now is, are we going to consider that information when we consider the overall question of whether you're qualified to serve as a representative?
Right.
Again, because otherwise it'd be the unauthorized practice of a law. Now, I understand that the law allows for qualified representatives who are not lawyers to represent, and I understand you've done that in many areas, and I'm not even saying that you haven't done it. That's a determination, a factual determination they would have to make.
So on that basis, I would not object to that motion that he's made.
Okay. Well, let me maybe rephrase it for you. Are you requesting a continuance of this proceeding to consider this so that the document could then be reviewed by the counsel for the district and considered?
That would be a remedy to, if you find that there is a prejudice, that would be a sufficient remedy that would not be as detrimental to my client's right to be represented by a qualified representative.
Yeah.
Okay, so to kind of put this in context,
that's where we are.
So, like I'm in court and, the judge is up there and somebody comes in at the last minute and says, hey, we got a new defense type thing. And the judge is sitting there, and then there's then it's a determination by the judge that, well, the other side's been prejudiced. They didn't have any notice of this. So then the side that's coming forward says, well, I just want to put off the whole trial. Not that this is a trial, right. But I'm trying to give you an analogy so you understand it. Yeah. And so let's put the whole thing off for X number of period of time, to the next meeting type thing, so that the district can review those documents and be prepared to respond to it. Or the judge says, we're all here, you had plenty of time to file this earlier, and we're going to go forward, and we're going to go forward without it. So those are the two options right now.
Understood.
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
then
and
it's all,
yes,
turn it over to you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Doran. And so we still have the motion from Mr. Colon, and I'm not sure there was a second.
No, there's no second yet.
There was is there a second?
Just to be clear on the record,
okay,
Mr. Colon, correct me if I'm wrong, is saying he's moving to continue the hearing,
the proceeding,
this entire proceeding, to another date and time.
And so, and for the purposes of the school district's attorney to have access to the information that was filed early this afternoon. Right. That was the purpose of the motion. Yes. Okay. Okay. Well, I see the motion. I don't see a second, so that motion fails. So do.
Excuse me, Mr. Persis. Yeah. I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt you. But for the record, then the petitioner would like to make a motion for continuance. That in our motion, we'd like to make a motion for continuance. And I'll point out to you that I didn't receive that reference of that case that you referenced before I sat here today, much less 1 o'clock today. And I didn't have an opportunity to prepare for an answer to that or even to review it. I've not even received a copy of the case that you referred to. And therefore, on that basis, I asked for continuance because my client's prejudiced because I did not receive the notice. That, by the way, is much more detrimental to my client than the issue about whether or not my document should be considered as a qualified representative, because I should have I received no motion from the school district to determine whether or not I just received this final order without the reference. I do not believe that reference is in that final order. And so if we're going to do that on this basis, we're not going to ambush, then my client should not be ambushed here either today. I should have an opportunity to have received notice of this case you referenced, Washington versus Hillsborough County, and have an opportunity to prepare based on that basis.
Okay, let me explain what's going on here. So Mr. Jessup is arguing that he was not aware of some law that was being cited. But what the law does is it assumes that everybody, including the judge and all that, knows the law. So you can't come in and say, Judge, I want to continue the trial because he just cited a case that I didn't know about. You can't do that. What the district is saying is this is facts, factual information, evidence upon which you would rely in making your decision. That's a completely different. Is there anybody that isn't following that concept, the difference between evidence and law? So Mr. Jessup's argument that he was unaware of the law would have no foundation whatsoever. The question is whether his motion to continue so that his recently filed verified renewal of petition for a request to recognize him as a qualified representative could be considered. That's a fact. That's evidence, factual information. Does that make sense, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
So that's the question. Now, we kind of already went through this. We had a motion to continue. He's making a motion. I'm not sure how that, I think that motion's already been made, so his motion is kind of moot, I think is the way it would be viewed. His motion, Mr. Jessup's motion would be moot because Mr. Colon already moved that it be continued and it failed for lack of a second, unless there's somebody else that wants to raise that.
Yeah, the difference is, the way I see it, that both were attempting to achieve the same goal. Was not for us to deal with it now and to push it back. He was doing it for the reasons that we didn't have his information. He's doing it because he doesn't have our information.
Well,
and so
our law,
not
and
so or he wasn't aware of a case. Let's say.
And I would point out, it's not just that. There's been no motion filed by the school district to enter this order. And typically, when you go into with Mr. Dorian, I think you can attest to this. Typically, when you go to court, one party makes a motion, and then I have an opportunity to respond to that motion. There's been no motion made by the school district whatsoever about this order. All of a sudden, this order, I don't know who wrote the order. I don't think that you do either. Maybe you do or you don't. But I don't know how we can come into an unbiased situation where we're filing a petition against the school district, the school board, and the school board's hearing the matter. But nobody on this side has to present any motions, and we just consider a final order. So I, you know, equally, I want to raise one more issue, is that Florida Administrative, I'm sorry, not Florida Administrative Code, but Florida statute requires that you give us 14-day notice. We received the notice for this meeting.
Okay, let's not get off on that yet. Well,
but it's applicable.
Okay.
It speaks to my motion.
Go ahead.
January 2nd, we received notice of this meeting, which is not 14 days before this meeting. It's 13 days before this meeting. Right. And equally, this entire proceeding started back in October 28th, and the school district was supposed to do something within 14 days and failed to do so. So now all of a sudden, you're wanting to hold us to a standard that's quite different than what you're holding yourselves to. And I just don't know if that's fair. And I just plead with you that you reconsider the motion to continue so that we can have fair proceedings on both parties. As you can see, there's a lot of people here for the school district and the school board.
Okay,
this
so
guy me here for her.
I hear you.
Right.
I hear you.
Can I quickly sort that out then for you?
And then we can
so the need for a motion is not necessary because this is a final hearing. So you don't file a motion for a final hearing. And what the record has established from what I've seen is that the matter was put on the agenda for the final hearing, and the district presented you with a proposed final order and provided a copy to Mr. Jessup. I don't know how long ago. I'd have to look it up. Do you have any idea how long ago that was?
Yep.
What's that?
I'm familiar. January 2nd.
January 2nd. So he's
13 days.
Yeah, Mr. Jessup has had, well, we can hear on that issue, but Mr. Jessup's had it for 13 days, so I don't think there's any issue that he was well aware of, what you were going to be asked. But that's just a proposed order. You don't have to enter that. It's just what the district's recommendation in effect was in writing. So none of that would be a basis for a continuance. So the question we're back to is very simple. Is there a motion to accept or reject the verified renewal of petitioner's request to recognize Jamison Jessup as qualified representative and supplemental information as to his qualifications, a document that was just delivered to the parties and to the district at 1:15 today?
So the first question, again, as you started, when you first began, you said there were two questions.
Yep.
And the first one was for us to decide whether Mr. Jamison Jessup is a qualified representative of record for Mrs. Marie Scott. Right. That's what this board needs to decide.
And he has to give you evidence upon which you will evaluate that and make a decision. And part of that evidence has just come to us at 1:15.
Right.
And so the question is that part of the evidence?
Right.
He has other evidence. Is that part of the evidence going to be rejected based on the district's position that they have been prejudiced due to the untimely nature of the delivery of that?
Exactly. So does the
That's
board
the board right
want
now.
to accept it with or without?
Well,
we have to.
You either need to reject this on the basis, as we've discussed, as putting it into the record, or you need to accept it and move it into the record in the face of all the information that's been presented.
All right. So then, what you're asking now is, are we accepting or rejecting the affidavit that was just filed at 1:15? That's the first question?
That's the only question right now.
All right. So that is the question right now. Are we accepting or rejecting the information that was sent by Mr. Jessup at 1:15 today to Mr. Dorn?
Need a motion, second, and a vote.
I have a question.
Okay.
Because with all this conversation, I'm more inclined to, can he restate his motion? No, seriously.
Okay.
Well, we don't have a motion on the floor, so he can certainly. Sure.
Yeah, because after hearing all of this.
And so, can I read this?
Mr. Colon, you can.
So on
It's
the
a fresh
basis,
start. Just
and
go
so
ahead.
again, my basis is the fact that the attorney for the district changed, and so if this information was delivered to Mr. Gonzalez, and he was not the person who was to be here today, to accept this document would allow us to put us in prejudice according to what he said, correct? In other words, he hasn't had a chance to review it. And so my motion was that, and I'll restate my motion, was that because of the fact that there was a communication error, that we extend the consideration of whether or not Mr. Jessup is qualified so that everybody has the opportunity to review this document accordingly.
A second.
When you say that, Mr. Colon, can I just ask you if we're extending it? I'm assuming we'd be extending this entire procedure, and I'm given the 14-day notice requirement.
Well, I wouldn't know.
I mean, given that.
That arguably, I think the district's position on that is that law doesn't apply anyway because 120 doesn't apply. So don't rely on any.
Okay, the reason why I was
issue.
bringing that up is I was just saying it wouldn't have to be at the next school board meeting. It could be at the one after that. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so again, we're only looking at the one aspect right now, which is Mr. Jessup, not the rest of it. And so again, given the information and possibly the technicalities, again, motion was made.
Okay, so there is a motion by Mr. Colon to, I guess, are we going to call it tabling it or moving it to another date?
Continuing.
Just
motion to continue.
A motion to continue, and I guess that date will be determined at.
I think we should pick a date.
I think we should too. I think we should too.
That way there's no confusion later.
So
if it's going to pass, we don't know if it's going to pass.
Okay, a motion to continue. We will decide that first, and we do have a second then from Ms. Wright. Any further discussion on the motion to continue? That's all we're going to be voting on. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing no discussion, we'll go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of continuing the item, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, so all those opposed say aye. And so now we have a unanimous vote to continue the item. And now I would like someone to make a motion with a date, a target date for this to take place. Someone, yes, Mr. Superintendent.
Mr. Chair, can I recommend we move this to our February 12th meeting?
Okay, the superintendent's made a recommendation. Does anyone want to make that a motion?
May I speak just real quick? Sorry.
Yes, you may. Can I get a motion on
Absolutely.
the table first, and then we can let everyone speak? And so, does anybody want to make that?
Mr. Chair, I move that we move this hearing to February 12th.
Okay, Ms. Wright's moved the this hearing till February the 12th, and do I have a second from Ms. Cuthbert? And now, yes, Mr. Pollack, would you like to?
May I see the affidavit? If I can review it today and we can proceed today, I'm happy to do that. I've just never seen this document. If it's something that's short and we can take a 20-minute break or something, 30-minute break, I don't know.
I heard some moans. I heard some moans when you said 20-minute break. But
okay.
If you can review it, I'm game for that because.
I mean, I don't have a hard copy, but I have it on my iPad if he wants to look up it.
We have one hard copy.
Yeah.
Okay.
One's the order.
I did not receive it.
Recognized
He hasn't even seen it.
The third one to show the complexity of the case. And then the third one to
I'm showing you in the.
He's showing a hard copy.
Mr. Russell, I'm showing you in the email chain. At 1:15.
What?
1:12. I'm sorry. Today at 1:12 p.m.
We have a motion on the table. We have a second. We have Mr. Pollack reading. We have Mr. Superintendent trying to find it, I guess, in his email. I'm not sure.
Nothing was sent to me.
So, yes, Ms. Haynes.
I have a question.
Yes.
So, in the two documents that were shared with us, the one document is an email that already lists several of the cases based on what Mr. Jameson submitted. So is what was submitted today different than what was submitted in the email that we read?
It provides more information that supplements what was previously provided.
Okay. Because that one was 20 pages long, so.
Right.
And so we're being asked to consider something we've never seen.
That's correct, Mr. Colon. However, where we are right now, we have already approved a motion to continue the item. We were only at the point of voting on a date on which to continue this item. That process was kind of interrupted there with Mr. Pollack, who suggested in a way that he could review this information right now. And I'm assuming that, Mr. Pollack, your intent is for you to review it and then...
I'm happy to review it and proceed today if that's the board's pleasure.
All right. There seems to be a feeling from Mr. Pollack that we could continue today, that he is satisfied with what he has. So given that, would I have the maker of the motion?
But we still haven't seen it, and so we're making a motion to accept something we've never seen.
Well, we'll be making the motion that our counsel has seen it, and he would be advising us. So,
Mr. Persis,
yes.
I have a concern. I've heard several times a misunderstanding who's representing who and who's the client. When you refer to him as your counsel, that's confusing to me because I believe that he's supposed to be representing the school district, and that causes. And I know you, right? And I have a lot of respect for you, and by the way, many more members. But that starts to look like a kangaroo court, right. And I don't want that to be perceived by anybody.
Thank you, Mr. Judge.
And
that
I
was
don't want that to be perceived mostly by my client.
Right. That was my error. Poor choice of words. He is the school district's counsel.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Nevertheless, we are in the midst there of a motion that was on the table to move it. And Connie, did we get the motion for February the 12th? Was on the table and the second? So I'm going to either ask, does the maker of the motion wish to rescind that motion, or are you holding firm on your motion? Okay, you're holding firm, and is the seconder of the motion holding firm on that? All right, then we have a motion on the floor to continue the item to February 12th. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, the item has been moved to continue this proceeding till February the 12th. Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you all very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Jessup.
This is quite a document. That's it.
So you can upload it for us.
All right, we will continue with the school board meeting. We are right at the point here where we have item 2001. I guess we did not pull any items from the consent for 1901. So 2001 items from the board, the superintendent, or the attorney. Mr. Doran, you have anything to say after that?
I'm all talked out.
All righty.
And I do appreciate being able to say something. That's like the first, I only get about one in every 10 meetings where I get to say something.
It's always good. It's always good to hear from you. All right. Mr. Superintendent, would you have any comments?
Well, yes, I would like to say that this is Mr. Gary Marks' last school board meeting.
Woo!
Our next board meeting is 2 days before his retirement, and I'm not making him come to it. So this is his official swan song here tonight. So thank you, Gary.
Gary. I know Gary really wanted us to go on with that last one. I know he really was. Any other comments, Mr. Superintendent? Okay, Ms. Cuthbert, any comments?
No, but wish all the nominees for the Teacher of the Year the best of luck.
Yeah, and we want to wish your husband a very happy birthday. Today is his birthday, 76 years old. Bill Cuthbert, one of the greatest guys alive, and so we certainly are wishing him a full, healthy, and as quick a recovery as possible. He's just a great, great guy, and he's lucky to have you. Mr. Colon.
I have nothing.
And Ms. Wright, would you have any?
Smooches, Mr. Marks, and Happy New Year, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Ms. Haynes. Nothing tonight. Connie, you want to say anything? I want to say to everyone, the staff, thanks. It's been a pretty long day because we've been at this thing since 10 a.m., Mr. Superintendent, so I appreciate everyone hanging in there with us. I appreciate the board, too. It's been a long day for you guys as well. To Gary, you are just an amazing guy. You have been an excellent elementary, middle, high school principal, area superintendent, liaison in so many ways for so many different things, so many projects, and I can't even count how many. I know your parents are very proud of you. Your dad was an outstanding principal. He was my teacher in ninth grade. An excellent judge of character. He wanted to hire me as a teacher too, so you know. But I love you. I love your family. I wish you the best. I'll be thinking of you on the trail, and I hope you have a safe hike. And with that said, everyone, have a safe trip home. We're adjourned.